And housekeeping announcements as we are about to commence day two's program. So I was informed that we are expecting a guest of honor to grace his presence here for day two. And his arrival will be at approximately 9:15 a.m. And while we await for the arrival of our guest of honor in about 10 minutes or so, I would like to invite all of our participants, especially those who are at the back, to please fill up the front row seats as much as possible. Our protocols will be much lesser than yesterday for obvious reasons, and today we want it to be as casual as possible and relaxing as possible. Considering that it's also a weekend, we truly appreciate your presence here at Sibec 2024. So once again, we kindly invite all of our participants to fill up front rows as much as possible. No protocols, no reserved seating. If you see a vacant seat right in front, it is all yours. So please, as much as possible, let's fill front rows to give much motivation and to cheer our wonderful delegates and participants, speakers on stage later on for what will be a great few sessions here leading towards lunchtime at about 1 o'clock today. So once again, we invite you to please fill up the front rows. Thank you so much. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, saya ucapkan selamat datang kembali ke Persidangan Antarabangsa Ekonomi Biru 2024. Alhamdulillah di hari yang kedua ini masih ramai para peserta yang turut serta bersama-sama dengan kita di SICC. Terima kasih walaupun hari ini hari Ahad, hujung minggu tetapi anda tetap bersama-sama dengan kami. Sebentar lagi kita akan menanti ketibaan tetamu terhormat kita. InsyaAllah pada jam 9, pada pukul 9.15 pagi ini. Kurang 10 minit saja lagi dan kita mohon tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk penuhkan kerusi-kerusi yang ada di hadapan anda sekiranya anda duduk dan lihat dan nampak ada kerusi yang kosong, mohon untuk maju ke hadapan. Protokol kita kurang sedikit pada hari ini, Alhamdulillah, jadi kita dalam suasana santai dan juga suasana ingin belajar daripada peserta-peserta dan juga para penceramah kita pada hari ini. Jadi untuk memberikan semangat lagi kepada mereka, kita penuhkanlah ruang-ruang kosong yang ada di hadapan. Tidak ada tempat duduk yang di reserve untuk VIP. Sekiranya anda nampak tempat duduk kosong, mohon untuk terus maju ke hadapan. Terima kasih dan saya akan kembali bersama-sama dengan anda sebentar saja lagi. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an announcement to our delegates in the foyer. I would like to kindly invite you to enter the hall. We will begin day 2 of Sibec 2024 momentarily. Thank you so much. Pengumuman ini saya tujukan khas kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang berada di luar Dewan. Oleh kerana kita akan mulakan program hari kedua Sibec 2024, mohon untuk masuk ke dalam Dewan. Kita akan mulakan persidangan sebentar sahaja lagi. Terima kasih. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would kindly like to invite our participants and delegates who are in the foyer. Please enter the hall now. We will begin the conference here momentarily, and our guest of honor will be soon arriving at SICC. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, while we anticipate the arrival of our guest of honor, allow me to inform you of a few housekeeping announcements here. I think this will be a good moment to check your cell phones. Please just make sure that your cell phones are turned on vibrate or silent mode. We don't want to disturb the proceedings of our conference here today, and certainly we wish to ensure that there's a harmonious environment, especially with our neighbors seated around you. Hopefully there will be no emergencies, but in the unlikely event of an emergency, I think this will be a good idea for you to just glance around the hall and making sure we know where the closest emergency exits are. Please listen to announcements as we go on. Water stations are available on both sides of the hall. I truly hope that you also brought along your water bottles. If you did not, it's okay. We have disposable cups in both stations in this hall, and if you do wish to fill up your water bottles, there are filling stations just outside of this hall in the foyer. Again, we are broadcasting live on YouTube via Sabah government officials page, and all you need to do is just open your YouTube application on your phone, or you can use the YouTube web-based page, type in Sibec 2024 in the search box, and you'll be able to locate Day 2's link in there. Click on it. Please, if you don't mind, you can go ahead and share it amongst your colleagues and also anyone that you know. The more people joining our conference today, the better. And for those of you who are tuning in live via Facebook and also via YouTube, thank you so much for being with us here at SICC for Day 2 of the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024. I'd like to personally thank each and every one of you who have engaged with us on social media. We truly enjoyed your interactions and also the visuals that you have shared. We hope to continue that today, and thank you very much for posting your wonderful videos, photos, and whatnot. And if you wish to view those photos, it's available on Instagram and also on Facebook. Let's continue that social media interaction. Any photos and videos that you are posting on social media, please make sure that we include hashtag Sibec 2024. And if you wish to post anything on Instagram, don't forget to include alias Sibec 2024. I'm still waiting for a green light from our floor manager, and hopefully we are seated comfortably where we are. And another quick announcement to our participants in the foyer: please enter the hall, fill up the front row seats as much as possible. We will begin momentarily. Thank you so much and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I was just informed that our guest of honor has just arrived in the building right here at SICC, and shortly he will make his way into the hall here, and therefore I would like to invite once again, especially to our participants and delegates who are in the foyer, to please enter the hall. We expect to begin Day 2 of Sibec 2024 momentarily. And thank you all to our delegates here inside the hall. Just a quick announcement here. If you do see any vacant seats in front of you, we would kindly like to invite you to fill up those empty spots as much as possible, especially the front rows. There won't be any stickers to reserve any of those seats for other dignitaries. All have been settled and we're expecting a very casual day today. So if you do see a vacant seat in front of you, we'll like you to please fill up those seats as much as possible, especially those who are just now walking into Sipadan Hall 2 and 3 here. Please fill up the front row seats as much as possible. Thank you so much. We will begin momentarily. To our viewers joining us live via YouTube, very good morning and thank you very much for your participation in Day 2 of the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference. We also like to acknowledge our viewers who also participated in our broadcast yesterday. Thank you so much, and we certainly are pleased that you're able to join us again in Day 2 on this beautiful Sunday. Thank you again, and we hope that it will be a productive one for you. I'll be right back momentarily. Meanwhile, sit back, relax, and let's anticipate the arrival of our guest of honor. This is an announcement to our ladies and gentlemen, our participants in the foyer. This is your final call. I repeat, final call for you to enter the hall. We will begin our conference here momentarily. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, saya ingin tujukan pengumuman ini kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang masih berada di luar Dewan. Mohon untuk masuk ke dalam Dewan. Persidangan kita akan dimulakan sebentar sahaja lagi. Panggilan terakhir, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Panggilan terakhir, mohon untuk masuk ke dalam Dewan. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of our guest of honor, the Honorable Datuk Seri Panglima Mas Sidi Manjun, Minister of Finance Sabah, representing the Right Honorable Datuk Seri Panglima, Chief Minister of Sabah. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani, and salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Good morning. I know it's a Sunday. Perhaps we can do that again. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our guest of honor today. Let's give a warm welcome to the Honorable Datuk Seri Panglima Mas Sidi Manjun, Minister of Finance Sabah. Thank you, Datuk Seri, for being here. We also like to acknowledge the presence of Tan Sri Anifa Aman, whom I will introduce to you later. Tan Sri, welcome and good morning. To their excellencies, the ambassadors, and also the high commissioners of various countries, we appreciate you spending time and coming to Sabah this very weekend. Thank you very much for your presence, especially to our delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to Sibec 2024. Now, yesterday truly was such a day filled with protocol and networking and whatnot. I can assure you, one of the questions that I received yesterday was, Ben, why didn't you wear blue? Obviously, the dress code was to wear batik yesterday. I don't have a blue batik, unfortunately, and we had a few rounds of rehearsals, and I told myself, I don't want to be risking to be blending in together with our wonderful set that we have here on the hall. So to appease those who asked me face-to-face yesterday, yes, I am wearing blue today. Yes, as I mentioned yesterday, filled with various activities. We truly appreciate your presence. We seldom do state events, especially conferences on weekends, and on this very rare occasion, and on a Sunday, each and every one of you are here today. Let's give a warm round of applause for your attendance. Thank you so much. I'm sorry most of you have to attend to your duties in the office tomorrow, but hey, it's okay. Demi Sabah Maju Jaya. Ladies and gentlemen, let's remind ourselves what happened yesterday. We've prepared you a video. Let's take a look. Gentlemen, welcome to Sibec 2024 as we begin day 2 right here at SICC. Let us now begin our program here with the Ambassador and High Commissioner's talk. And it's a true privilege for me to introduce our distinguished moderator today. The Honorable Senator Tan Sri Datuk Sri Panglima Anifah Yaman is a distinguished Malaysian politician, diplomat, currently serving as Special Advisor on International Relations and Foreign Investment to the Chief Minister of Sabah. He has held prominent roles, including Minister of Foreign Affairs Malaysia from 2009 to 2018. Sri Anifah is Chairman of Invest Sabah Berhad and Chairman of Labuan Corporation. He holds a degree in philosophy, economics and law from the University of Buckingham, United Kingdom. A passionate sports advocate, Tan Sri Anifah has held leadership roles in the Football Association of Malaysia and the Sabah Football Association. I am very, very pleased personally that he is still contributing his services to Sabah and also to Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Senator Tan Sri Datuk Sri Panglima Anifah Aman. Tan Sri Anifah, please. Yes. Tan Sri, I'll now pass the floor to you.
Thank you, Ben. Don't you notice I'm wearing blue too? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. And I was just talking to the ambassadors, Dr. Sri Panglima Sri Manjun, and I said, this is Sabah, on a Sunday morning. I thought they'll be lazing in the bed or going somewhere with the family, but here they are, and they want to learn and listen from all the Excellencies ambassadors. It's nice to be Sabahan. I can tell you, for all the places that I've been, and I've been telling Excellencies ambassador, this is the best country in the world, with all due respect to some of you. And actually, when you're talking about the blue economy, I only realized that I thought the value of the ocean is what you see on the surface, apart from the fish below. But little did I know that it is indeed a very, very precious commodities that God has given us. And therefore, I think that we should take full advantage and look after the gift that's been given to us. Now, I'm also thrilled to have you join us as we explore the country's benchmarking on blue economy and lessons learned for us to dwell on. Now, once again, we have with us today 3 ambassadors from Germany, Norway and Romania, and 2 High Commissioners, Australia and Maldives, and each bringing a wealth of experience and expertise in navigating the complexities of the blue economy in their respective state. An important and timely topic as we seek sustainable ways to manage our ocean resources, I would also like to begin with 2 key facts to frame our discussions. First, we can all agree with how the World Bank define the blue economy. And the goal is to find a balance between these so that we can keep benefiting from the ocean for many years to come. This trilateral approach is essential to ensure that the benefits of ocean resources are enjoyed not only today, but also for generations to come. With that context, let me introduce to you esteemed panel speakers who will be sharing their insights and expertise on this vital issue. It is basically about using the ocean resources in a way that perhaps our economies create jobs and support people's livelihoods, all while keeping the ocean ecosystem healthy. Secondly, the blue economy is built on three main ideas that are closely linked: growing the economy, improving people's quality of life, and fairness in society, like creating jobs and reducing poverty and protecting, of course, the environment. Now, before we begin, it is my pleasure to introduce to you our distinguished panel. And following the order of today's session, I would like to first introduce His Excellency, Her Excellency, Daniel Hennique, the High Commissioner of Australia. Can you, Excellency, can you just sort of people? I have decided to come. I have decided to introduce all of them at one time because I thought if I were to introduce one by one, and it's rather implied when they're seated here, please, the second seat here. So when they're seated here, people are asking who is that Excellency and who is she, who is him. So therefore I thought it may as well introduce them all together so that all of us know who they are. Now, Ms. Danielle most recently served as the first Assistant Secretary to the Pacific Melanesia divisions, where she focused on strengthening Australia's partnership with the region. Her previous overseas assignments include key positions in Timor-Leste, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, and I'm not sure, Excellency, whether I was told that you speak Tetum. Excellent. And Ms. Danielle holds a Master's of Arts in International Relations from the Australian National University and Master of Economics from the University of New England. Our second speaker, to His Excellency Morten Poulsen, who has served as Norway's Ambassador to Malaysia since 2021. Excellency, please. With a distinguished career spanning over 3 decades in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he has gained significant expertise in diplomatic relations and also ocean affairs and private sector development. His academic background is rooted in economics, and his previous roles include Director and Head of Sections of Ocean, Private Sector Development, Consul General in Houston and Hamburg, and Consular at the Norwegian embassies in Berlin and also Singapore. Now, coming to our third speaker, His Excellency Dr. Peter Blomeyer, the Ambassador of Germany to Malaysia. Excellency, please. His focus for today's discussion is on ocean health within the framework of the blue economy. He has an extensive profile as a diplomat, having served as Consul General in various regions, including, believe it or not, Siberia, and the Far East, and the Russian Federations. The Republic of Uganda also, and the Republic of Kosovo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the Republic of Congo. Now, he holds a PhD in law and history, which complements his expertise in navigating complex legal and historical contexts, particularly as they relate to environmental governance and sustainable practices. Our fourth speaker is Her Excellency Dr. Mariam Shabina Ahmad. Dr. Mariam, please. Yeah. And she holds a doctorate in microbiology from University Putra, Malaysia in 2023. And I asked her how fluent is she on Bahasa Malaysia. She said, sedikit-sedikit. But I'm very conscious when people say they know a little bit, then they know much more than what they're telling you. So welcome to Sabah again. And our fifth speaker. She's no stranger to Sabah. I think you've been here a couple of times, Excellency. And Ambassador Nanita has remarkable diplomatic career. Excellency, please. And she has previously served as the ambassador to Australia and concurrently New Zealand. She has also served as the first non-resident ambassador to several Pacific Island countries, including Fiji, Kiribati, Nauru, Samoa, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu. And I've only been to a couple of these. places here. Now, before we dive into the discussion, I'd like to remind everyone that we encourage participation. Don't waste time because they're here. And as I said earlier, these are the experts and they're most knowledgeable on issues that what we are taking on today. And after the presentations, we'll have the Q&A sessions where we can ask questions, engage with our speakers. Now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me, oops. That's a problem when you have a small rostrum, you've got a lot of papers to handle. And it's not the first time that happened to me. And I would like to begin our discussion by looking at the governance of the blue economy in Australia, and the continent that boasts the world's third largest exclusive economic zone, and highlighting the importance of sustainable management of their ocean resources. And one of the major initiatives is the establishment of the Blue Economy Cooperative Research Center, established in 2019. Your Excellency, could you perhaps elaborate further on the Cooperative Research Center and provide additional insights with the strategic initiative Australia is pursuing in the crucial area? Excellency, you have. It's up to you. You want there's a microphone there, or you want to come here?
What's better? Here? All right.
Okay.
Good morning. No. Selamat pagi. Good morning. The Honourable Datuk Seri Panggalina Masdidi Bid Manjung, Finance Minister of Sabah, and of course our moderator Tan Sri Anifa. Honourable Ministers, officials, private sector leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to the Sabah Government for hosting this great conference. We're really proud to support the Sabah Government and the Asian Foundation's work on the Blue Economy Framework and ensuring social inclusion. A sustainable ocean economy is a powerful and growing investment. Ocean industries directly contribute at least 2.5 trillion to the global economy each year, and I think we can all see from the displays outside from commercial operators that this is going to grow exponentially. Australia, like Malaysia, is a maritime marine nation with more ocean territory than land. We rely on our ocean for food, energy, livelihoods, transport, climate regulation, recreation and well-being. We have lots in common and lots to share with each other. Like Sabah, the sea is central to Australia's national identity. Our traditional custodians of country throughout Australia, our Indigenous Australians, have been sustainably caring for the ocean for millennia, and it holds important cultural and spiritual significance. Again, like Sabah, like Malaysia. Australia's blue economy generates more than 118 billion Australian dollars each year and supports almost 500,000 jobs in Australia. It's our 12th largest sector, but we can see that this sector will grow. Examples of where we support industry. Offshore energy industries power Australian communities and support Australia's transition to renewables. Our marine, recreation and tourism industries attract millions of visitors per year. Fisheries and aquaculture industries provide crucial food security, and ships transport the vast bulk of goods that come and leave Australia. However, we all know that the ocean is under immense pressure. Up to 50% of our planet's coastal ecosystems have been lost over the last century, putting the health of our ocean and its capacity to sustain future growth at risks. For the world to take advantage of emerging growth opportunities, we must maintain the long-term health and resilience of our oceans. A healthy ocean supports the foundation of blue economy industries such as energy exploration and production, fisheries, coastal and maritime, marine tourism. This is why Australia has developed a draft National Sustainable Ocean Plan to deliver on our commitment to sustainably manage 100% of the oceans within our national jurisdiction as part of our membership of the High-Level Panel for a Sustainable Ocean Economy. This draft plan identifies many opportunities for collective national action, including better understanding and addressing the impacts of climate change on the ocean, elevating our Indigenous Australians in ocean decision-making and the ocean economy, and protecting and restoring ocean ecosystems, addressing key threats such as ocean pollution, and supporting the sustainable growth of marine industries. This plan, which is currently out for consultation across Australia, is really important to how we make sure that the whole nation comes with us, and we're really happy to share what we've learned through that plan with Malaysia. Globally, there's a push to have more than 100 countries make the commitment to sustainably manage 100% of our oceans within their national jurisdiction by 2025 UN Ocean Conference. And like Australia, 17 others have done so. We encourage Malaysia to join this commitment to grow the country's ocean economy sustainably and, really important, equitably. A little bit on marine protected areas. Australia is one of the world's leading nations for marine protection area designation and management, with around 14% of the world's marine protected areas. It has taken decades for us to get to this point. It wasn't overnight. We needed the federal, state and territory governments to agree. And in 1998, they did agree to establish the National Representative System of Marine Protected Areas. Currently, 4 million square kilometres, or 48% of Australia's marine jurisdiction, is protected under this system. That includes over 1 million kilometres squared that we've added since 2022, with the establishment of 2 new marine protected areas. This national system is made up of all the governments that work together to make this happen, but it is managed by the federal government. Marine protected area zoning and management within our national system balances the protection of environment with access for sustainable use of marine resources. Around 22% of our waters are under the highest level of environmental protection in no-take zones that prohibit most activities that extract natural resources, such as commercial fishing and offshore petroleum production. Other zones in marine protected areas allow a greater range of human activities that support Australia's blue economy and Australian communities. Most of Australia's marine protected areas are managed through our national environmental law, through statutory management plans that must be tabled in Parliament. And these management plans have 10-year lives, of which after they need to be renewed, which involves extensive stakeholder consultation. And I think that's really one of the key points, is we need to keep evolving, we need to keep consulting to make sure that we're moving with best practice, but we bring our communities along with us. We were one of the first countries to sign the landmark UN Treaty to protect the high seas on the day it opened for signature on the 20th of September 2023. This treaty, known as the Treaty on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, or BBNJ, recognises the need to address biodiversity loss and degradation of ocean ecosystems in international waters. Falling under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, the treaty is aimed at resolving issues such as rising temperature of ocean waters, pollution and overfishing as a part of protecting 30% of the world's oceans by 2030. We are working to ratify the agreement as soon as possible. Australia's Parliament will need to pass this legislation, which is still being developed and consulted on, before we can formally ratify. Closer to home, Australia is a long-standing supporter of the blue economy in initiatives in the Pacific Island, area that shares waters with Malaysia, and we look forward to exploring some of these opportunities for cooperation with Sabah. In the Pacific, we provide long-standing support for coastal fisheries to enhance food security, nutrition and diversified livelihoods. And we're a long supporter of the Pacific Fisheries, an active member of the Pacific Islands Fisheries Forum Agency. We're implementing additional programs to help our regional partners tackle illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, including coordinated engagement under Australia's Pacific Maritime Security Program. We're keen to work with Malaysia to learn from your efforts as well as the Pacific to bring things together. It's really exciting today to see all the companies outside, and we're really glad to see cooperation between Malaysian Australians that have been setting up companies in Australia, and now they're coming back to share that technology. And I think it's really exciting to see where some of the new companies and their technology will go to provide Sabah with its future energy source down the track. Really excited to work together and looking forward to learning today. Thank you.
Testing. Thank you very much, Excellency. And we know that the Australians are marine nations, and therefore we have here the Ambassador of Norway, a prominent coastal state, and he's here to share his insights on Malaysia, Norway's sustainable ocean policy. Please, Excellency. That's always. Now we'll have a questions session.
Thank you. Could I have the slide deck, please?
Crossroads of survival and decline. This is a story of transformation and
Not the
hope.
video. Oceans face increasing pressures from climate change, overfishing, and pollution. The importance of an effective and sustainable ocean policy becomes even more cardinal. More than 3 billion people rely on the ocean as a source of food and nutrition, jobs, and energy. Aquatic food is a particularly important source of nutrition for coastal communities. Small-scale fisheries account for about 40% of global catch, and nearly 500 million people around the globe depend on fisheries for their livelihoods. The ocean also plays an important role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and mitigating the impact of climate change. The ocean provides significant economic opportunities, but these must be developed and managed sustainably to ensure environmentally and social sustainability. In this presentation, I will try to give you an overview of how we can contribute to creating a sustainable ocean policy. Initially, I will focus on Norway's strategies and practices before broadening my perspective to explore other relevant examples and reflecting the future implications for global ocean policy and governance. As a nation with extensive coastlines and abundant marine resources, it is essential for Norway to balance economic growth with environmental protection. Traditionally, the ocean was viewed as boundless, with coastal states holding sovereignty over a narrow strip of water. However, many coastal states, particularly after decolonization, began to demand extended rights to marine resources. The Third United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea, known as UNCLOS, held from 1973 to 1982, aimed to address these issues. Norway, with its interest in coastal fishing and shipping, thought a balanced solution that would ensure both national control and free passage for merchant ships. In 1977, our country established an economic zone extending 200 nautical miles out from our coast. This was the result of a long-standing international debate and intense negotiations over the rights to the sea. Combining the preservation of clean and healthy ocean with sustainability is, since then, one of the Norwegian government's most important tasks. Since 2002, we have developed so-called integrated ocean management plans for the Norwegian sea areas to promote sustainable use of marine resources while preserving ecosystem structures, as well as to promote sustainable use of marine resources. They are now the most important political tool for a comprehensive Norwegian ocean policy. Norway has a long tradition of sustainable management of the marine environment, and the management plans demonstrates our ability to combine sustainable use with conservation while maintaining the environmental values of the sea. The plans are updated regularly to enhance coordination among authorities and establish clear priorities for marine areas, increasing predictability for industries reliant on these resources. In 2020, the plans were consolidated for the first time to ensure 100% sustainable ocean management. In 2018, Norway initiated the High-Level Panel for Sustainable Ocean Economy, or the Ocean Panel. The panel plays a significant role in contributing to sustainable ocean use. The Ocean Panel made a key recommendation for 100% sustainable ocean management of national waters by 2023. So this picture is from the formation, so some of them have changed by now. So this recommendation means that each participating country commits to developing and implementing sustainable ocean plans that balance economic growth with environmental protection, ensuring that their entire exclusive economic zones are managed in ways that protect ocean health while promoting sustainable economic use. The core message of the Ocean Panel is that a healthy ocean is vital for global food security, climate action, and the economy. The report titled Transformations for a Sustainable Ocean Economy outlines 5 key areas for transformation. Ocean wealth, to promote sustainable ocean-based industries, ocean health, protect and restore ocean ecosystems, ocean equity, ensure fair access to ocean resources and benefits, ocean knowledge, improve scientific understanding and data sharing, ocean finance, mobilize sustainable financing for ocean-based activities. The overarching goal is to ensure a sustainable ocean economy where environmental conservation and economic development go hand in hand, benefiting people, nature, and the planet. Norway's Prime Minister, Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, is co-chair of the panel, with a group of willing countries now representing around 50% of the world's oceans. With inputs from 350 experts from 54 countries, the panel can get knowledge on how the ocean interlinks with the atmosphere and build momentum towards a sustainable ocean economy where effective protection, sustainable production, and equitable prosperity go hand in hand. Could I have the video, please?
For your research center and this data sharing,
The ocean, vast and teeming with life, now stands at the crossroads of survival and decline. This is a story of transformation and hope, a journey from victim to solution in the fight against climate change.
Humanity's well-being is deeply intertwined with the health of the ocean.
But today, the ocean's health is off track.
The challenges are great.
Climate change, pollution, ecosystem collapse.
From the warming of our planet to the degradation of marine ecosystems, we're witnessing the consequences of human activity.
As our greatest ally in the climate crisis, the ocean provides about half of the Earth's oxygen, absorbs 93% of the heat from our emissions, and over a quarter of our excess CO2. Yet, climate change is taking a toll, and the ocean is telling us that enough is enough.
豊かな海洋を今後も維持していく上で、気候変動対策は待ったなしの課題です。
Recent analysis commissioned by the Ocean Panel reveals that the ocean can contribute up to 35% of the annual emission cuts needed to keep global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2050. The Ocean Panel is a unique initiative of serving world leaders, united in a singular mission to redefine how we interact with this vast blue expanse.
The panel members have committed to sustainably manage 100% of the ocean areas under their national jurisdiction. We will establish sustainable ocean plans and urge all the coastal states to do the same.
Sustainable ocean plans are strategic blueprints to safeguard the ocean, ensuring a balance between protection, sustainable production, and equitable prosperity.
Sustainable ocean plans lay the foundations for ocean-based solutions to climate change, to biodiversity loss and food insecurity.
We are all united by our dependence upon the ocean and our vulnerability to the threats it faces. Let us join with the leaders of the Ocean Panel in recognizing that we need a healthy ocean for a healthy and prosperous future on this planet.
Ocean Panel leaders call for other countries around the world to join them in developing sustainable ocean plans and turning the 100% goal into a reality to restore the health of the ocean and ensure a sustainable, prosperous future for all. The ocean, vast and teeming with life, now stands at the crossroads of survival and decline. This is a story of transformation and hope, a journey from victim to solution in the fight against
Back to the
climate
slide deck, please. Okay, so back to Norway. In April 2024, the Norwegian government presented an updated report regarding management plans for the Barents Sea and the marine areas of Lofoten in the north, the North Sea and Skagerrak in the south. Our government is also in the process of drafting a new act that will establish the legal framework for designating the Marine Protection Act in areas under our national jurisdiction. This legislation will significantly enhance our capacity to safeguard the ocean. When it comes to offshore wind, we are leveraging our experience from the oil and gas sector as we transition into the renewable chapter of harnessing energy from offshore wind. The first successful auction for areas in the North Sea has been launched and concluded, marking a key milestone. I would like to conclude my presentation today with some measures that can be taken to ensure future developments in global ocean policy and governance. It is essential to recognize that international collaboration is crucial in this effort. We are indeed stronger together. Sustainable fishing, to implement quotas and regulations to avoid overfishing and promote the use of sustainable fishing techniques. Reduction of plastic pollution, introduce stricter regulations on plastic use, promote recycling, and clean up existing pollutions in the ocean. The Global Plastic Agreement, initiated by the UN Environment Assembly in March 2022, aims to establish a legally binding treaty to tackle plastic pollution by 2024. So the upcoming plastic negotiation meeting in Busan, scheduled for November this year, is part of a global effort to address plastic pollution and aims to finalize a legally binding international treaty. It focuses on reducing plastic production, enhancing waste management, and addressing microplastics. By promoting international cooperation and engaging in the private sector, the agreement seeks to protect marine ecosystems and ensure a sustainable future for our oceans. In conclusion, the challenge of harmonizing the preservation of our oceans with their sustainable use is not just for the government. It's a collective responsibility that calls for our immediate attention. By uniting our resources, knowledge, and commitments, we can tackle the challenge facing our oceans more effectively and create a sustainable future for all. As we navigate the evolving landscape of ocean industries, we must remain vigilant against the present threats of pollution and ecosystem degradation. Together, we have the opportunity to not only protect our marine environment, but also to secure a thriving future for generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Now, just to remind the audience here, we'll have an extensive Q&A sessions. I think there's so much to ask, so much to understand, and I hope you'll be following and be asking questions. And I was just having a small talk with Excellency Danielle, and then I was saying that where do we go from here? But then we will discuss further on that one. Now, I got notes about all these various countries, Norway, Australia, even Germany. And for Norway as a coastal state, pursuit of sustainability is not just an obligation, but a core aspect of its identity and also future. Now, I'm impressed by, you have this ocean panel with Palau, global initiatives, and of 19 countries dedicated to achieving 100% sustainable management and national ocean areas. All these notes have been given to me. This morning, I haven't finished reading it yet, but I promise you I will do that. And yeah. And our third speaker, Dr. Blomeyer, will delve into the critical issue of ocean health in the context of blue economy practices in Germany. Please, Ambassador, you have the floor.
YB Datuk Sri Panglima Masidi bin Majun, Minister of Finance of Sabah, YB Senator Tan Sri Datuk Sri Panglima Hanifa bin Haj Aman, our moderator this morning, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Tan Sri Hanifa has started our session here by declaring Malaysia to be the most beautiful country in the world. I can say I have understanding for that because I have traveled all over Malaysia for the last 4 years, and it is very beautiful. There are some other very beautiful countries in this world too. I would like to declare our planet to be the most beautiful in our galaxy. And we have the obligation to make it stay that way. We are not very good at that at the moment, I have to say. Our topic is now the ocean now, and I would like you to imagine that you go out on a boat into the deep blue sea and jump into the water at some distance from the shore. How do you feel? I must say, I feel small, feeble, exposed, and helpless when I swim in these gigantic masses of water, oceans covering 71% of the surface of our planet and going down up to 11,000 meters. And yet, I belong to a species which has managed not only to cross these seas and to dive down into its abysses, but to pollute them, to heat them up, and to endanger their ecosystems. Unimaginable when you just swim with your bathing suit in the ocean that our species can have that impact, and such a negative impact on such a huge natural phenomenon. Yes, we must face that we have plunged our oceans, if this metaphor is allowed, into deep crisis. And Morten has already mentioned a few of them. Pollution, overfishing, habitat destruction, and the accelerating impacts of climate change are putting immense pressure on marine ecosystems. Every year, around 8 million tons of plastic waste enter the world's ocean, a staggering amount that wreaks havoc on marine ecosystems. This pollution affects wildlife, causes significant environmental damage, and poses health risks to humans as plastic breaks down into microplastics entering the food chain and water systems. On average, every one of you eats more than 5 bottles of plastic, 1-liter bottles, every year, half a gram a day. That is according to a study which recently was published. And you eat it mostly because you get it over the food chain from fish and seafoods. All in all, over 40% of the world's ocean are heavily impacted by human activities. The cumulative effects of these pressures are pushing marine ecosystems to critical tipping points. The health of the oceans, and by extension also our economies, are at stake. Therefore, I'm very grateful that we can gather here at the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference to explore the vital connection between our oceans and sustainable economic growth, as well as the partnerships that can propel the development forward. As we chart the course for the future, we must always remember that our oceans are not just resources to be exploited, but precious ecosystems that sustain all life on Earth. The world's oceans, as I said, covering more than 70% of our planet, are the driving forces behind global economic and environmental systems. They regulate our climate, provide for more than half of the oxygen we breathe, supply food for billions, and transport goods that fuel our economies. Sabah, with its expansive marine area and rich biodiversity, understands this well. Its coastline stretches over more than 2,000 kilometers, and its mangrove ecosystems span more than 390,000 hectares. The opportunities for harnessing the blue economy are vast, ranging from fishery, aquaculture, tourism to renewable energy and marine biotechnology. It is predicted that by 2030, the blue economy could contribute more than 30% to Malaysia's GDP. More than 90% of Malaysia's exports are already transported by sea, underscoring the importance of the ocean to its economy. Germany, though geographically distant from the equator and lacking vast coastlines, recognizes the urgent need for sustainable ocean governance. I would like to share with you some of Germany's key initiatives that are contributing to the global effort toward ocean conservation, aligning with our topic today. 4 important issues come to mind, which also have been covered by Morten in his presentation. First, reducing marine pollution. Germany has taken significant steps to tackle marine pollution at its source through initiatives like the G20 Action Plan on Marine Litter, which Germany championed during its presidency. We have emphasized the importance of reducing plastic waste, improving waste management systems, and developing a circular economy to minimize waste generation. We are eager to collaborate with other nations, including Malaysia, to reduce plastic leakage into the oceans and develop innovative solutions for management of waste. We know that this is a pressing problem, especially for Sabah and its adjacent waters, home of a magnificent maritime environment, if you think of Sibadan, for instance, ranking among the regions with the highest biodiversity in the world. Therefore, our embassy will invite for a conference in December, which explicitly will be devoted to the topic how a plastic circular economy and sustainable fishing can be introduced to Sempona and adjacent waters in the Sulu and the Sulawesi Sea. I hope to see many of you again at this conference in December. With this, I come to the equally important topic of promoting sustainable fisheries, which will be a central topic of our conference as well. Overfishing poses another critical threat to ocean health. Germany has been a strong advocate for sustainable fishing practices. We have actively supported stronger international regulations on fishing quotas, and we play a key role in the European Union's common fisheries policy, which aims to ensure that fish stocks are managed sustainably and that marine ecosystems are protected. Sustainable fisheries management is essential for securing food supplies while protecting marine biodiversity. An efficient fish processing and packaging industry can contribute immensely by avoiding waste and improving the livelihood of fishermen. The third element is combating climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, the link between ocean health and climate change cannot be overlooked, and Morten has stressed that already. Ocean acidification, rising sea temperatures, and the melting of the polar ice caps are drastically altering marine ecosystems and causing rising sea levels, thus literally creeping on us. Malaysia is significantly affected by these anomalies, losing territory every year. I was baffled to hear that in Borneo, practically all turtle eggs need to be collected and artificially bred to ensure the survival of turtle species. And this is just one example of the effects of climate change on biodiversity. The death of the coral reefs is another one. Actually, what we are witnessing here is the 6th great extinction of species on our planet right now. And whilst the 5th extinction was caused by a meteorite wiping out the dinosaurs, this time the meteorite is man. We are the meteorite. We need to stop this. We need to stop climate change. Both Malaysia and Germany are committed to the Paris Agreement and have pledged to significantly reduce its carbon emissions. Our transition to a low-carbon economy driven by investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency is crucial, not only for protecting terrestrial ecosystems, but also for safeguarding our oceans. The fourth point is supporting marine protected areas. They are among the most effective tools for conserving marine biodiversity. Sabah, with its beautiful maritime parks such as Sarkaran or Tunku Abdul Rahman, is at the forefront of this crucial task. Germany has consistently supported the expansion of marine protected areas globally, contributing both financial resources and scientific expertise to help protect biodiversity in areas beyond our own national jurisdiction, and GIZ, our governmental agency for cooperation, is also active in Sabah, notably at the Tunku Abdul Rahman Park. We believe that establishing and enforcing these protected areas will be critical to maintaining the long-term health of the marine ecosystems. Now, we should partner for the blue economy. At the heart of this conference is this concept of the blue economy. Germany firmly believes that economic development and ocean health can coexist together through sustainable practices, innovative technologies, and responsible governance. In this context, Sabah's potential is immense. With favorable conditions for offshore wind and solar energy, Sabah could become Malaysia's renewable energy powerhouse. This would pave the way for developing a green hydrogen industry which requires abundant renewable energy and water resources. Germany, with its expertise in hydrogen electrolysis, desalination, and marine technology, stands ready to partner with Sabah and Malaysia to foster innovation in this field. Together we can create a blue economy that balances economic growth with the protection of our marine ecosystems. As we unlock the economic potential of our oceans, it is critical that we do so with a deep commitment to environmental stewardship. Sustainable practices in fishing, reducing plastic pollution, combating climate change, and protecting marine habitats are essential for preserving the biodiversity that underpin our marine ecosystems. The involvement of local communities is equally important to ensure the success of the blue economy. Coastal communities and indigenous people must be empowered to participate in and benefit from the sustainable use of marine resources, and society will benefit from their superior knowledge of nature and its phenomena. Through community engagement and conservation efforts, such as establishing marine protected areas and promoting biodiversity conservation, we can ensure that the blue economy delivers inclusive and sustainable growth for everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, the health of our oceans is intricately linked to the survival of humanity. We must come together, governments, business, civil society, and communities, to protect and restore our oceans. Germany is committed to playing its part in this global effort, and we invite our partners, including Malaysia and the international community, to join us. Together, we can forge a path toward a blue economy that balances economic growth with the protection of our marine ecosystems, ensuring a sustainable future for generations to come. The ocean is resilient, but it needs our collective efforts to heal. Let's give that a chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency, and I'm indeed, yeah. So I've listened intently what you're saying, and I'm really impressed. And there's areas where Malaysia and Germany, and also Australia and the rest, Norway, how we can work together. And that's why I said we strive to balance economic growth and also the environmental sustainability. The German offers a very valuable insight on how we can reasonably and responsibly manage ocean resources while maintaining the environmental and also ecosystem. Thank you very much. Yeah. And as we've heard, one of the biggest threats to health of our oceans is growing problem of waste, which has far-reaching consequences for marine ecosystem in coastal communities alike. And this brings me to the next speaker, Dr. Mariam, who will address the pressing issue of waste management in the Maldives, a nation comprised of 1,200 low-lying islands scattered along the Indian Ocean. Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Minister, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning, I think. Yeah. I'm delighted to be here with you all today at this important conference on blue economy. I express my profound gratitude and appreciation to the Secretariat of Sabah Majul for facilitating my presence here today, and the organizing committee and those who have been welcoming this morning. So in this session of countries benchmarking the blue economy, I would be talking about waste. I will be focusing on to the roles which is played in Maldives to address the waste and the global challenges which we have basically in my presentation. Can we have the presentation, please? The overview of the presentation, as I've mentioned, is we'll be talking on the Maldives context, and then we'll be talking in the global context as well. And then I will move forward with the ways of how we will be addressing this global challenge of waste. Just to give a brief introduction to the Maldives. Maldives is a small island state in the Indian Ocean. We are over 1,190 coral islands dispersed across 90,000 square kilometers. This makes Maldives most geographically dispersed country on the planet. We've got 99% water and 1% of the land. The land area of the Maldives is 300 square meters, which makes us the 6th in terms of the land area. Our main contributor of the GDP is from the tourism and the fisheries industry, which depends on the blue capitalism, blue natural capitalism. We are vulnerable to the climate change and rising of the sea level. As we deliberate on the efforts to achieve this mission, it is crucial to recognize the health of our ocean. The potential of the blue economy is under threat due to the growing crisis, waste. The UN Environmental Programme Global Waste Management Outlook 2024, launched this year, provides the most substantial update on this crisis since 2018. The picture it paints is alarming. Looking into the statistics, the global municipal waste generated is projected to increase from 2.1 billion tons in 2023 to 3.8 billion tons by 2015. And by 2015, the most managing waste could reach a staggering $640 billion. One garbage truck of plastic is dumped into the ocean every minute. This means each year, 8 million metric tons of the plastic enters our ocean. This pollution kills marine life, disturbs ecosystems, affects human health. The waste crisis is merely an environmental issue. It threatens the core pillar of blue economy, fisheries and tourism. The survival and the future of the fisheries and the tourism are closely tied to the healthy marine ecosystem, which now face an existential crisis. Looking into the Maldives statistics in the country, the Maldives, where no point in our island is more than a few meters away from the ocean, we experience this situation on deeply personal level. Waste generated in the Maldives rank among the highest in South Asia region. Residents in the capital city, Male, generate on average of 1.7 kilograms of waste per person daily. while the average tourist generates nearly double this amount at 3.5 kilograms daily. The tourism sector is a major contributor to the country's waste problem, accounting for 9 to 10% of the total waste. The trend is expected to grow as the tourism rapidly spread across the inhabited islands. The amount of waste generated in our island is on rise, with Malé experiencing a 155% rise in waste between 2004 and 2014, and it's still rising. The Maldives depend heavily on its marine resources for the livelihood and food security and economy. For a small island like Maldives, the blue economy is not just one component of the economy, it is the economy. The increasing threat of the waste pollution poses a threat to this essential lifeline. Waste, particularly plastic, could make our pristine beaches and coral reef unrecognizable or unattractive to the potential future visitors. Although this has not yet impacted tourist arrival, it poses an increasing threat to the tourism industry. Plastic and marine debris is also endangering the fish species in our waters. Tourism and fisheries together account for half of the Maldives' GDP. Can we have the slide? Yeah. This slide just gives you a picture how waste is thrown into the beaches and collected in areas in the capital city Malé as well as in the islands. The marine ecosystem around our waters are increasingly coming under serious strain from contamination from microplastic, heavy metals, hazardous chemicals from untreated sewage and wastewater. A World Bank study conducted in one location showed elevated concentration of microplastics, and it signals the need for urgent intervention. Additional research is required to fully understand the scale of the issue and to inform the necessary remedial action. The growing potential for the contamination of fish stock, which serves as a primary source of protein, raised significant concern not only about the detrimental effect on our economy, but also the long-term risk to the human health. Maldives is faced with unique challenges. In our efforts to manage waste, the dispersed geographical reality of the Maldives, with more than 1,000 islands, complicated waste collection and transportation makes it difficult to establish efficient waste management systems. The small size of the island, averaging only 1.5 square kilometer, restricts the available land for establishing crucial waste management infrastructure. Also, the seasonal nature of the Maldives tourism complicates waste management efforts by causing fluctuating waste volume with peak season producing an increased waste, which overwhelms the existing waste management system. Additionally, insufficient monitoring of the solid and liquid waste combined with lack of public awareness, limitation in managing data continues to hinder the effective waste management in the Maldives. Overcoming these challenges required long-term investment in infrastructure, increased participation from the public, more strict impose of policies that align with the principle of blue economy, as well as research-driven waste management policies. Despite these challenges, Maldives has been taking substantial measures to address its growing waste crisis. The year 2022 Waste Management Act governs the implementation, enforcement of sustainable waste management practices, define procedures for reducing single-use plastic. It also introduces charging for plastic bags, curing fees, and punitive measures. In February this year, Maldives has inaugurated a national waste management program, Mage Safu Raj, which translates to My Clean Maldives. This program is aimed at implementing a national island waste management project and is an eco-friendly, sustainable manner. And this project, Mage Safuraja National Waste Resource Policy, Management Policy and Strategy, which incorporates a circular economy. It is a comprehensive framework for implementing a sustainable solid waste management system in the Maldives. The framework consolidates existing waste management projects under unified framework, enhancing efficiency while integrating other national policies. The framework, which aims to reduce the impact of the pollution on Maldives terrestrial and marine environment, greatly supports Maldives' blue economy goals. Additionally, the decentralized waste management systems are being established with island waste resource management centers and regional waste management facilities set up across inhabited islands. Public awareness campaigns, technical training programs for waste operators are being implemented as a part of these efforts to promote sustainable waste practices. Our international partners and NGOs are making significant contribution. For instance, NGO Soneva Namuna has worked with local communities to create waste recycling system on several islands using awareness campaigns, technical training, and establishment of resource centers in target communities. Soneva Namuna has achieved a recycling rate as high as 90%. What's also remarkable is the huge contribution women made to this program success. This initiative demonstrates the effectiveness of inclusive, community-driven waste management solutions. Globally, we are witnessing an encouraging trend. The UNEP's International Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution is working towards legally binding agreement by 2024. In 2019, the Basel Convention, which regulates the transboundary movement of the hazardous waste, adopted an amendments to strengthen the control on global plastic waste trend. These amendments aim to reduce illegal dumping in developing countries, address waste management inequalities, is a significant step towards rectifying global waste management disparities. If we are here to transition to an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable blue economy, we must step up our efforts to address the waste crisis. It will require cooperation across borders, the deployment of innovative technologies, the revolutionary waste management practices on global scale. Countries are also needed to share knowledge and collaboration in support research on circular use of the resources and developing innovative technologies. We need to change existing perception towards waste, foster a culture where waste is seen as a resource. The challenge will certainly be many, but it is our will to do, the collective push that will define the future of flourishing a blue economy in parallel with the nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency, and I'm impressed the efforts that Maldives do just to solve the problems. And because of your unique geography presents significant challenges, as less than 1% of your vast exclusive economic zone is land-based. And therefore, as I said, climate change, as Professor was saying, the Excellency was saying, is very, very relevant, not just the blue economy, but also the climate change, which I think we can together solve and find solution to problems, or at least minimize the problems that we are facing. So, last but not the least, I would like to invite Ambassador Nenita, who will be unpacking a topic closer to home, offshore solar as innovative solution for Sabah. We know that part of the 2050 carbon neutrality roadmap, Romania is making significant strides towards energy interdependence in resilience, aiming to generate 36% of energy from renewable source by 2030. Excellency, you have the floor.
Selamat pagi, terima kasih. Presentation. I'm delighted to be part of this conversation, and I hope my country, Romania, will be part of the solution in this part of the world, which is far, far away geographically. But we are in this together, and after the years of pandemic, basically, this become #1 priority of the world, because if we're gonna save the planet, we have a better chance to save the humankind from ourselves, mainly. So for those of you who might be curious about my country, Romania, what's the connection with the so-called blue economy, I'm gonna have just 2 slides about that. The rest 14 slides are about Malaysia and Sabah. So Romania is part of the European Union Green Team Europe initiative in partnership with ASEAN and Southeast Asia, together with Austria, France, and Germany, and European Investment Bank. The areas of this platform of financing various projects is very broad, from green and smart cities to biodiversity and sustainable landscape, to clean, affordable, and secure energy, sustainable food systems, basically circular economy. We are talking about this platform, which was launched before pandemic in April 2019. It's about 783 million euro, poured into ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility from the EU, European Investment Bank, Frankfurt German Bank, Agence Française de Développement, and we are talking about, again, smart cities, support to civil society for green advocacy and digital environment education, and this goes for adults, not only for children, and also to support ASEAN business to profit from green transition opportunities. In terms of Romania, we are neighbor with the Black Sea and the Danube. Danube River, the second longest river in Europe, is the most international river, with crossing 10 countries from Germany up to the Black Sea. It's our southern border with Bulgaria. So this is our, let's say, blue dimension in terms of nature and geography. Therefore, in the Black Sea, we started recently, I should say, a variety of projects. I listed in the next slide. Just one project I would like to draw your attention. The name is Developing Optimal and Open Research Support for the Black Sea, DOORS acronym. All details are here, are available. And the idea that through this sort of conference, like this we are attending during this lovely sunny weekend in Sabah, actually we have the opportunity to learn from each other, not only in terms of countries, but also across regions. Now I'm focusing to Malaysia. Nature gifted very few regions in the world with some peculiar characteristic, optimal for solar methanol islands, let's say, satisfying the following physical conditions in a cumulative way. Average insolation is more than 175 watts per square meter. During the last 100 years, the maximum wave height is 7 meters. Water depth is less than 600 meters, and no hurricanes. That's a research of Australian National University. Now, having said that, let's focus to, and so this with yellow, these are the only regions on Earth who are satisfying cumulative all these natural conditions. Now, for Sabah and for Borneo more broadly, offshore wind and wave output are lowest globally. So that means it's ideal location for offshore solar carbon capture and storage, for green hydrogen extracted from seawater, and green methanol for shipping. And we have here a photo of the giant floating solar farm. Hope to see one of them in the future. Now we have two projects. They are more than ideas for thought. They are two research consortia projects. One is innovative decommissioning solution for the offshore rigs. We developed this together with University Malaysia, Sultan Abdullah Pahang, with UTM Johor and Lower Danube University Galați. Just a coincidence, that's my native town in Romania. The second one is converting mine lakes into solar plants with energy storage with University Malaysia Sabah, Sabah Parks, Lower Danube University in Galați, and one mining research center and a coal company from Romania. The next slides are divided into two parts, first project, second project. About innovative decommissioning solution for the offshore rigs. Now, what's the situation? In ASEAN countries, there are more than 200 offshore fields and 1,500 platforms, and also combined in ASEAN countries, 7,000 wells likely to stop producing by 2030. 7,000. Petronas flagged this 1 year before pandemic. For the decommissioning liabilities, the costs are around $7 million per offshore rig. So a total for Malaysia of $2 billion for all rigs that should be and will be decommissioned till 2030. Now, this slide is from annual report of Petronas, 2021-2023. So we may say that Southeast Asia braces itself for a huge wave of decommissioning. And the figures are there, and they are very impressive. 45% of all wells to be decommissioned are in Malaysia, out of ASEAN. These are facts. Now, free solutions for decommissioning, either rig to reef, rig to hybrid floating solar, or rig to ocean carbon removal. Now, rig to reef, we have here a beautiful photo from the one, and I was told the only, dive rig in the world is here in Sabah, Malaysia, at Sipadan Mabul Kapalai House Reef. I'm not so sure how many people in the room ever visited it. Hooray, is there. So this is one option for after decommissioning. Another one is a rig to hybrid floating solar, so combining solar and hydro. The rationale is absolutely easy to be understood. Better panel cooling on water than on land. And of course, 2/3 of the earth are covered with water. And of course, the non-availability of the land for commercial deployment. Actually, an in-depth study was done by one of the most prominent, I should say, here in Malaysia, resident scholar, Dr. Sudhakar Kumarasamy at University Malaysia Pahang, Al Sultan Abdullah, who published this very, very important study, hybrid floating solar plant designs for coastal areas population concentration. So this is obviously a must read for everybody in the room who is planning, or outside the room, who's planning to do something in Malaysia related with this. And the third, one of the third, most important, third option for decommissioning rigs, rig to ocean carbon removal. I know that these words sounds like beautiful music for some of the companies in the room. We are talking about seaweed cultivation for carbon sequestration, microalgae cultivation and sequestration, very yummy and obviously very healthy. Ocean alkalinity enhancement, accelerated weathering of limestone, direct ocean capture and deep storage, and electrodialysis for direct ocean capture. Some of the data are here because floating solar best match for power with 6 hours per day, electrodialysis and power for pumping, reduces acidity and restores corals, and no byproduct. Needs depleted gas reservoir for sequestration. Now the proposal in just a slide for Sabah, and I'm so moved that the local Minister of Finance is here with us. It should be built a demonstration pilot of renewable energy hub on an offshore platform soon to be decommissioned. Your choice. Your choice Sabah, your choice Malaysia. To develop the supply chain and intellectual property rights for manufacturing it in Malaysia. Actually, Sabah and Malaysia have all equipment. You don't have to import anything for this category of projects. Secure floating rights and carbon credits for depleted oil and gas reservoir offshore across ASEAN, if it's successful, obviously, and encourage carbon credit legislation. Of course, we are all looking forward to see the federation level legislation of Malaysia in terms of carbon credit following the Sarawak state legislation on this. So in this, in research terms, we started this project, academic and research project, as I said, with University Pahang, UTM Johor, and Lower Danube University in Galați, Romania. I kept the best at the end. So, there's a strong chance for Borneo in general, for Sabah in particular, to become the hydro battery. And I will start from Mamut. So Mamut Mine Lakes and Lohan Tailing Dam are polluted with contaminated water, go up to Kota Kinabalu Park. One of the most research was published in 2022 by University Malaysia, Sabah. Now, Sabah government in May last year said and rationale that large-scale solar together with battery energy storage system is expected to begin sometime next year and the year after. So the timing is perfect for this conference, but in particular for the follow-up to this conference. Now, in terms of various other projects in the field, of course, there's a global demand for lithium battery. But over the last 2 years, the prices grew up 10 times. 10 times. Which is discouraging to use that technology, not to mention the impact over the environment. So converting mine lakes into solar plants with energy storage is part of the solution. We are talking about floating solar photovoltaic panels, pumped hydro energy storage, and dispatchable solar to storage. All these acronyms. I mean, for me as a career diplomat, to be honest, I'm a little bit lost into these technicalities. But the main point is that this slide with these data which were scientifically proved and published show that you need 2 legs of river and a penstock in a closed loop circuit different in height or depth. So through this circle, by aeration, you can, over time, and I'm talking about 2 years of working, you can actually clean the contaminated water. And the bill is paid by this device, let's say, this equipment in itself. So, so nailing the project with, this is the most technical slide, with all data. So nailing the project is converting Mammoth Mine Lake into a floating solar hub with energy storage to power mobile removal of heavy metals. Why? Because the waters are already contaminated, and when it comes up and down, it becomes in contact with the oxygen, and this contact goes to chemical reactions which day by day, in 2 years, that's our estimation, in 2 years these waters will be clean. There are financing lines available from Asia Development Bank, World Bank, European Union, green bonds, carbon credits. But also consider it financing locally. If you want to perhaps do it sooner is better. Scaling it, we went with the research for 6 phases, which are impressive in terms of capacities, but also look that scale it takes just 24 months. The most important is the last line. Cash flow from phase 1 to phase 6 will pay for the rest. So phase 1 and then paid. Isn't it wonderful? As I said, cleaning is a byproduct of this project. Aeration is a byproduct of pump hydro energy storage due to air-to-water mixing during pumping and turbining. Aeration and oxygenation are still cheapest neutralization tech for acid mine drainage in the last, since the last century, let's put it like this. Lochen Tailings Dam was connected to Mammoth Lake through a 15 kilometers steel piping, quite thick, for tailings, and the track can be reused, is there. This could go into Sabah Energy Roadmap and the NETR as they were defined in crystal clear terms by the government, so into Sabah Energy Road and Master Plan 2040. Yes, it's not only friendly to the environment, it's also healing the environment by transforming Mammoth into a kidney for the polluting waters in Sabah. I thank you for your attention. Looking forward to our conversation.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And I saw our Finance Minister, Datuk Sri Panglima Siti Majun, was taking notes and looking at the proposal that I have forwarded, and rest assured he will look into it seriously. Yeah. And well, Excellency, any one of you want to say something more? No? I'm happy, but if you think I'll give you the floor. You okay? Thank you very much. Now, we're going to open the floor for questions, please. If you have any questions, you state your name, and so that we can take notes of that. Yes, please. Microphone.
Hello. My name is Dr. Sen from the Department of Veterinary Services, Sabah. First of all, I'd like to thank the Sabah government and Datuk Seri Panglima SKN and Datuk Rosmadi for inviting we state government officers from various departments to be part of this very interesting and enlightening conference. Thank you very much. It's not easy to get me out of bed on a Sunday morning. And
I thought so.
And I'm here, Tan Sri, not because I have to, but because I want to.
Thank you.
Now, Honorable Tan Sri, Anifa Aman, sorry. Your Excellencies, the High Commissioner of Australia and Republic of Maldives, Your Excellencies, Ambassador of Norway, Romania, and Germany. I have 3 questions, 2 interrelated. And the first question is rather long, so Your Excellencies, you might want to take notes. Now,
I will listen. I will listen. Okay. Somebody will be taking the notes.
Sure. So my questions are based on the World Bank's definition of the blue economy, which is the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood, and jobs while preserving the health of the ocean ecosystem. Now, my first question goes like this. A little bit of preamble. I do believe that we will be having many challenges in implementing the blue economy concept in addressing illegal fishing, pollution, illegal wildlife poaching or even bombing, habitat destruction, and climate change. So, question 1. How would trans-boundary cooperation and governance address these challenges that I have just mentioned? Question number 2, how would the blue economy concept address equitable distribution of benefits among our neighbors? When I mean neighbors, our international neighbors, when they themselves are not in party with the blue economy concept. An example that I like to give here is the South China Sea, where it is a hotbed on matters of dispute on biological, non-biological resources, geopolitical, military and sovereignty issues, and even matters related to the freedom of navigation. So that is my first and second question. My third question, which is probably rather more towards the Sabah scenario, but can also work for other countries. Now, I'm with the Department of Veterinary Services, so I would like to know how Sabah's livestock industry, which is more a terrestrial-based industry, contribute, collaborate, complement, and finally, profit from the blue economic concept bandwagon. Thank you.
I thought the third one you would be answering the question itself, being a veterinary.
Actually, I didn't put much thought to it, but I'm a little bit new with this blue economy concept, so I would love to have the experts maybe give some points on that. Thank you.
And I'll be interested to listen from you too, the points that you raised. And any Excellencies, any one of you want to take the questions? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question.
Can you?
Can I borrow yours? Maybe this works. This works? Yes. Now, thank you very much for your questions. Actually, your questions are defining the scope of the whole conference, which is good. I will start with the third one, which is practical. I think all of us somehow express the availability to get down as a follow-up of these conferences with the experts from the local government and at the federal level as well, to share our what to do, sometimes what not to do, well, not in public conference, but because the humankind started with this conversation at the global level quite recently. So the so-called lessons learned are not yet, to be delivered. We are all in this together. And so for very practical, in my case, I put forward 2 research consortia which already started. So following and moving from academic level actually to industry and to pilot projects, I think this is the key. You can do it honestly longer, perhaps tapping into resources from international organization or banks or whatever. You can do it shortly by just looking yourself and taking it locally. I would not comment on South China Sea. It depends what are you comparing with. If you are comparing with the Black Sea,
maybe.
I mean, we can compare ocean seas and whatever, but in terms of hard security, of course, there are even hotter places than South China Sea. It's in the hands of the countries in the region to be sure that South China Sea, including, remains a space for international trade and for cooperation. So, and I'm saying this as a country which is right next to Russia war in Ukraine. So, so it's in the hands of the international cooperation and politicians and diplomats to secure it as a space of cooperation as it is now. That's my humble.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Does that answer your questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Any more questions? Excellency just now mentioned about South China Sea, but I mean, I'm quite reluctant to engage on the China Sea because without mentioning the political dimension, it does not give the true picture of what's happening in this part of the world. But never mind. Excellency, you want to say?
No, I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on the word sustainable ocean management. It sounds easy to do sustainable. It sounds good, sounds nice, but it's quite complicated. Each country, and this is maybe the foundation, has to have some kind of governance over their oceans. That means that you have to have a system to allocate licenses, for instance, for exploration for oil and gas, natural resources. You have fishing licenses. You have permits to do fish farming. You have tourism. You have a lot of activities going on. And if you don't have a system for seeing this in a total context, then there's you have very much difficulty in getting a sustainable development. Each sector, each player will try to optimize their own activities, and they have to face a quite at least transparent, good system, and they have to know what it takes to get the right to do a certain activity in the common, the ocean is a common good. It's not owned by individuals, it's for us to share. So if we don't have a system of allocating rights, permits, and to see this in context, it'll be a big challenge. And within the 200-kilometer economic zone, you can have that. But of course, if you go beyond there, you have the high seas, and that's a big challenge. But that's the good part. Most of the ecosystem, most of the fish will normally breed and raise closer to the shore, not on the high seas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Excellency, Peter.
Yes, thank you. I would like to add on what the Norwegian colleague just mentioned. I think that, of course, we have to have our national rules. Everyone can set national rules for its own waters, for its own exclusive economic zone, But we have also to realize that there are regional and global issues involved. Fishes, for instance, they don't stick to the economic zones each country has, but they go beyond. So countries have to, if they want to have a system of sustainable fishing, they have to agree on fishing quotas. In the European Union, each year we have discussions on each species of fish, how many can be fished and what will be allocated to what country. Also with other countries outside the European Union, which but participate at a certain maritime environment, like the Northern Sea, for instance. So there, each year you have to strike a balance and get into discussions with that. We also have to see that plastic pollution is a regional problem and it has become a global problem. If some countries are allowing waste to go into the ocean, the whole region will be affected. And if you think of the gigantic fields of waste in the Pacific Ocean, then you can see it is even a global problem. It has to be globally it is somehow tackled, this issue. We have this also for the atmosphere. There we have the Paris Agreement with the national determined contributions, which are discussed also in certain time limits, and every country has to contribute in solving this problem. So I think we need these international mechanisms to tackle these problems and to come to sustainable solutions, both for fishery and for plastic pollution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What essentially, Excellency, what you're saying is easier said than done, but we have to put all these things in places before we can proceed. And I think that is something that the government will also have to look. Now, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our State Secretary, Datuk Sri Panglima Zabah Runtong. Yeah. And, yeah, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to address the part of the question regarding the climate change. Countries like Maldives, we are having climate change adaptable strategies in the areas of renewable energy, sustainable fisheries, and sustainable tourism as well. Because if we don't have a sustainable tourism in terms of having green energy and overfishing and things like that, we cannot have a sustainable natural blue economy. So these are the areas that we have to really focus. It is very important for the Maldives, but I think countries like Malaysia, where we are going into areas of blue economy, this has to be also highlighted, the sustainable fisheries, tourism, biodiversity, and renewable energy. These are the core areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very concerned. When I was the foreign minister, we had discussed extensively on the climate change, because I think Maldives is one of the 26 island states, and the moment they're 2 degrees hotter in the North Pole, then, God sake, I think most of the islands will not exist. So while we're addressing, all the requirements and the blue economy, but at the same time, we also have to manage the climate change, yeah? And, okay, any questions from the floor? Yes.
Good morning.
Where are you?
I'm here, Tan Sri, in the middle.
Middle, okay.
Good, all right, thank you. Good morning, distinguished honorable guests and moderator, esteemed panelists, ambassadors and high commissioners and participants. My name is Chestexton bin Balang. I'm representing Institute for Development Studies Sabah. First and foremost, thank you for your commitment in sharing insights to advance the blue economy strategic policy in Sabah. As we delve into this vital discussion, I would like to pose this following question. How can the blue economy be leveraged to enhance social inclusion and create economic opportunities for marginalized communities, such as sea nomads that we have in Sabah, while ensuring that the benefits are equitably shared among all stakeholders? That's my question, Tan Sri. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think one of you mentioned in your deliberations earlier.
Well, you have communities here in Sabah, which are not really participating at the general life, who are excluded. I refer to the Bajau Laut, for instance. This is a large group of people, stateless people, who have no access to education, who have no access to health services, who have no access to the labor market. So these people are thrown back to what they can do for themselves for a living, and of course you cannot expect that they will have then a method of fishing in a way which is sustainable, which we would call sustainable. And this is of course creating problems for the society. This is creating problems for the environment. And I think in such cases you have to find solutions how to slowly introduce them to the society of Sabah. This is necessary for both these people and for the society of Sabah, because otherwise you will have a destruction of the environment, and you will see, for instance, phenomena like fish bombing, like cyanide fishing. You will see a plastic flood, and also you will not benefit from the knowledge these people have. So I think that what Sabah needs in this respect is an inclusive approach, that you find mechanism to include these people, to benefit from their knowledge, and to tackle the environmental and social problems which are involved in an inclusive manner. I know this is very difficult, and I know that also there are some misgivings about how to do it, and it is also a financial problem, but I believe firmly that you cannot close your eyes in front of this problem, and you have to find ways in time to develop solutions also to include these people. Thank you.
Yes, Stella, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thanks, Peter. I thought I'd just add a little bit from Australia's experience, slightly different context, but in terms of our Indigenous people that have lived on the sea for millions of years, what we've really tried to do in developing our national plan is to make sure that their traditional knowledge has been shared and forms part of the framework. But that only matters, as Peter said, if you can get the economics right. So going back to the earlier question, and I know we have a lot of public servants here today and state government people from the Sabah government, what's really important to get the economic benefits is you need to get the legislation right, you need to get the enforcement of the legislation right. If that happens, you will get pilot projects that are able to turn sustainable fisheries projects into commercial enterprises, sustainable renewable energy projects into commercial enterprises. So that's been our experience. If you don't get the legislation and the regulations and therefore the pricing right, you won't get the finance for some of the projects that have been offered. So I think how you bring all those together as different parts of the public service. You can't do this in one department in isolation. You all have to work together as one team. So it's great that you're all here today, and hopefully that will be one of the outcomes of this conference.
Thank you very much. I'll touch on some of the subjects that's been touched. And okay, any, please? Yes, that woman there.
I'm so sorry, Tan Sri. We are almost running out of time, and perhaps we will need to wrap up now. My apologies and thank you.
No, just a little bit, because this is so important. This is the opportunity that is available to us. I think, yeah. Never mind, spend a couple more minutes. And it's not easy to get all the experts here to come together and enlighten us of our problems. If you can bear with me. Thank you.
Absolutely, Tan Sri, please.
Yeah. Okay, yes, the lady there. Anybody got any appointments? Or you can defer? Okay, nobody got any appointments. They're ready. Yes. You need a mic. Microphone, please. Hello, anybody?
Thank you. Can I just do it here?
Yes, yes. You
Sorry.
can.
My name is Marina Harris, Embericas. I'd like to touch on two questions, really. We all talk about the urgency of climate change, and we know that greenhouse gas and the main culprit is CO2. We've had many, many agreements from Rio 1990 about sustainability to now we're talking about Paris agreements. Government's been talking about it, but we are not achieving our targets. This is terrible. So I'd like to pose a question. Can the government, since we have beautiful representatives here, can you please ensure that the CO2 emissions and offsets are somehow reaching the compliance, getting into a compliant market? Because it's, after all we talk about, it's all anthropogenic. We are causing it. We are the meteor. So why don't we ensure that the policies and that governments basically ensure that any pollutive, whether it's CO2 emissions or any companies, are actually offsetting whatever it is that they're emitting through compliance market? That's one. Sorry, one more question. And then the other one is about plastic pollution. We all know that the main marine litter, more than 90% is plastic because it takes 20 to 500 years to degrade. So why don't we do plastic tax in each country? We don't need to wait for international agreements. A lot of these things can be done in country. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know Marina is very, very passionate on these two subjects, and I will touch on that very briefly in the summary afterwards. Yes, gentleman in front. You have a choice. Either you want to have the stage.
Always a microphone available on the stage, huh?
How lucky you are.
Good morning, still delegates. My name is Herman Pule Diamonds. I'm the High Commissioner of Namibia based in Kuala Lumpur.
Thank you, thank you.
I have a simple question, but I would want to give some context. First of all, we have been talking about climate change. We are talking now about the blue economy. Now, when we talk about climate change, the blue economy, like Namibia, we have landlocked countries. I can give an example of Zimbabwe. I can give an example of Botswana and Zambia. Blue economy has got benefits. Climate change has got obligations. How do we engage the landlocked countries in terms of their obligations and benefits? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody wants to take the question? They don't have the ocean, so there's no blue economy. Anybody wants to take that? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. So, thank you, Your Excellency, for coming and being part of the problem and the solution, obviously, like all of us. My answer will be, and thank you for the lady previously, but you know, this microphone situation, of not having in the audience, having here, it's very interesting because in a way, it's a good symbolic for what we are talking about. So the governments, and through international negotiations and through the current public international law and conventions, hundreds of pages of commitments that we did as countries, let's say this is the stage, more or less. But the world is there. And you need basically a strong, beyond everything, beyond responsible politicians, as the Honorable Prime Minister highlighted yesterday here in Sabah during this conference, but you need an active civil society. You need somebody to raise a question and come looking and reduce this distance between the impact in the world and the decision. And I think through all mechanisms, in a way, and through not only through conventions, but through plan of actions and political strategies, it's a good starting point. Now, because 2/3 of the water of the land, 2/3 of the area is water, in a way, we are all directly or indirectly ocean states, in a way. But even if there's no border with an ocean or a sea, we still have rivers going into the sea. It's a naive observation, but this blue economy and concept and all plans around it goes up to not only to the oceans and the seas, but also up to the rivers. And it's one thing to nail the problem and the solution, to scale it, but to implement it, so to sail the project, we need cooperation. Governments, money, civil society, we are in this together.
Thank you very much. Excellency, Peter, please.
Yes, I'd like to say something about the question the lady has asked here about who could contribute to reduction of CO2 emissions. I would like to say, of course, you can say producers should, and there should be a responsibility of producers that they reduce the emissions while they produce their products, and because also they will earn money from it. But I think that it's not only the producers, it's also the consumers, because eventually the price will then be raised and the consumers have to pay for it. And the consumers must be ready to pay for it. And then you can also look at the different sectors. For instance, in Germany, we have a discussion about what sectors should contribute to reduction of CO2 emissions. You have energy, of course, you have the industry, you have agriculture, you have construction, you have traffic, all contribute. And they all say, but why should we contribute? In Germany, they say, yeah, why should we as a country contribute? We are only responsible for about 2% of the CO2 emissions in the world, 2%. That's not very much. Let the others do it. But with our 2%, we are, I think, number 6 or number 7 in the world. So if the 170 plus countries who emit even less than we also all say, no, we don't emit very much, so why should we contribute? Then we will not get anywhere. Let's look at the 2% which Germany is emitting. 20% of that are for traffic. And 10% of the 20% of the traffic are for air traffic. So it's, you can imagine then the air traffic says we are emitting only 10% of 20% of 2% of world emissions. That's not very much. You can do without our contribution. And this is not true, because all the emissions which we have in the world, they are so dispersed that we all need to contribute. And we should all look in our private life also what we contribute when we ask others to contribute. So I think it is a global effort, and the United Nations have global goals, but local efforts. I think that is a slogan which they have. And that is very true. So I think each and every one should look how he or she can contribute.
Thank you very much. I think because of the time, I'll just do the summary from what briefly we had. And how many of you think this forum such as this is important and productive? Do you think that we should have more forums like that? Thank you. They're very happy with all of you. So let me summarize briefly. Now, Excellencies, your insights today has offered invaluable perspective on how blue economy is being benchmarked in their respective states and potential to drive sustainable development and global collaborations. Now, I hope that Australia, through your Cooperative Research Center, can extend research and innovation opportunities to institutions in Malaysia, or even more specifically, Sabah. And in the case of Norway, the co-chair of the ASEAN panel, it would be a great opportunity to consider including Malaysia as a member of the important group. Is that possible?
Up to Malaysia.
Okay, great, great. We know what to do next. Now, our sharing today not only illuminated the critical role of marine and coastal resources, but also emphasized on the need for collaborative efforts in addressing the pressing issues of climate change, waste management, and sustainable resource management. Now, as we move forward, let's carry the spirit of collaborations and innovations that we have shared here today. Now, I think together we can pave the way forward to ensure sustainable practice and the explorations of blue economy that benefit not only our nations, but also the planet as a whole. Now, the commitment we have witnessed here reaffirms that our collective efforts can lead to impactful solutions for the explorations of the blue economy. Now, before we wrap up, I'd like to leave you all with a question to reflect on. We can all agree that blue economy is a global initiative that requires global collaborations. However, we also that there's no one-size-fits-all solution. Whether it is about mitigating risks, addressing challenges, or developing policies, each state has its own unique circumstances. So with all the opportunities and insights we shared today, the real question is, how can we work together, both now and in the future, to make most of the blue economy for everyone? With that, Excellencies Daniela Haneke, Morten Poulsen, Dr. Peter Mulmeyer, Dr. Mariam Ahmad, Nita Babalescu. Did I pronounce that correctly? Perfect. Perfect. Thank you very much. And we, on behalf of the Sabah people here, we thank you very much for your presence and the insight that you have given. And that is not all. I think from now on, as I said, we will communicate where all the relevant factors and the suggestions, proposal that you have posted, then we will follow up. And because as I said, the finance minister here and the state secretary here, and they have taken notes, and we will pursue from that. So thank you very much and have a nice day, safe journey home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri, and thank you very much to their excellencies, and thank you all for your immense enthusiasm this morning. Please remain on stage, and now I would like to call upon Yang Berbahagia Datuk Rosmadi Datuk Sulai to invite and accompany the Honourable Datuk Sri Panglima Masidi Manjun and the Honourable Datuk Sri Surveyor Haji Safar bin Untung to be on stage for the next agenda, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honourable Datuk Sri Masidi Manjun will be presenting tokens of appreciation to our speakers on stage. We begin with a presentation of mementos to Her Excellency Danielle Heineke, the High Commissioner of Australia to Malaysia. High Commissioner Heineke, please. Thank you very much to Her Excellency. Next, we'd like to welcome His Excellency Morten Poulsen, the Ambassador of Norway to Malaysia. As they say in Norway, tusen touch. Thank you very much. Next, His Excellency Dr. Peter Blomeyer, the Ambassador of Germany to Malaysia. Vielen Dank. Thank you. I'd like to welcome Her Excellency Dr. Mariam Shabina Ahmad, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Maldives to Malaysia. Varaboda Shukriya, thank you very much. I'd like to welcome Her Excellency Nineta Bablescu, the Ambassador of Romania to Malaysia. Mulțumesc foarte mult. Thank you very much. And last but not least, the Honourable Senator Tan Sri Dato Sri Panglima Anifah Aman, the Special Advisor to the Right Honourable Chief Minister on International Relations and Foreign Investment. We say terima kasih. Thank you very much to the Honourable Tan Sri. May I invite the Excellencies Tan Sri and Dato Sri Panglima to please step forward for a group photograph session. I agree with the Honourable Tan Sri. We do need more forums like this. Sadly, we don't have much time anymore, but we truly appreciate the enthusiasm of all of our delegates on this Sunday morning right here at SICC. Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to all in this august hall. And one last photo with all of our dignitaries at the front row. We'd like to invite the Honourable Secretary of the State of Sabah to please come forward, and also to their Excellencies to join us on stage. Please join us, Your Excellencies. A group photo with our diplomatic corps, and I agree with Tan Sri, not very often that we have their Excellencies, the ambassadors and also the High Commissioners of the diplomatic corps right here in Sabah. Let's give them a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to give them that ultimate Sabahan hospitality. Perhaps a thumbs up. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a final photo. I would like to invite the Honourable Dato Sri Panglima Masidi together with the Excellencies to return to the floor of the stage, and we will take a group photograph together with our delegates, please. And now I'd like to invite our friends of the media, our official photographers and videographers to join me on stage. And let's take a group photograph together with all of our participants of Sibec 2024. Let's first take a digital photo the same way that we did during the opening ceremony. The camera is just right up the stage here, and you can see the visuals right there. I need to cue our digital photographer. Big smiles, everybody. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3. That's a snap right there. Is it good? Thumbs up. Well done. And now we'll allow our photographers to do their thing. Big smiles, everybody. Thumbs up. Photos are done. Let's do the same chant that we did yesterday. If I say Sabah, you say blue economy. Sabah, Sabah, and Sabah. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We now conclude our ambassadors and high commissioners talk, and with that, thank you so much to their excellencies and also to our guest of honor, and announcing the departure of the Honourable Dato Sri Panglima Masidi Manjun, Minister of Finance and also the Excellencies. Thank you so much for your presence today. Delegates, participants, please remain in the hall. We will continue with our first forum of Day 2 right here at Sibec 2024. I'll be back with you in just 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I would like to invite our moderators and speakers for Forum 4 to please proceed on stage. I'd like to invite moderator Dato' Engineer Abdul Nasir bin Abdul Wahid, along with our panelists, Adjunct Professor Engineer Muhammad Fauzi Muhammad Yasir, also Professor Dato' Engineer Dr. Abu Bakar Jaafar, and also Mr. Dan Gregg to be on stage. And we will now begin Forum 4 of Sibec 2024. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, especially those who have just joined us online via YouTube, you are watching the broadcast of Day 2 right here at SICC. Thank you so much for being with us at the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024. My name is Ben Uzair, and it's my privilege to be your Master of Ceremonies right here on Day 2 for Sibec 2024. Delegates, participants, how are we doing? Please give me the thumbs up. Are we okay? Well done. All right. We'll continue with our forum. My apologies that we had to take a little bit of time for the earlier forum. Obviously, I agree with Tan Sri. We don't have these gatherings as much as we want to have gatherings and more time. I'm pressed for time as Master of Ceremonies to ensure that also we respect the other speakers. And to assure Dato' Engineer Abdul Nasir just now, he mentioned, he was asking me and inquiring, do I still have 45 minutes? Yes, sir, you do have 45 minutes. I don't want to cut your time, to respect also to our distinguished speakers who have prepared for our conference here today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you our distinguished moderator, Dato' Engineer Abdul Nasir, who is Dato' Engineer Abdul Nasir bin Abdul Wahid is the CEO of the Energy Commission of Sabah, and he is a key figure in Sabah's energy sector. Since 2022, he was appointed CEO of the Energy Commission of Sabah. And prior to this, he has served as CEO of the Sabah Electricity Sdn Bhd, also known as SCSB, when he began his career in 1990. He has played a vital role in shaping Sabah's energy future, notably through the Sabah Energy Roadmap and Master Plan 2040, with a focus on sustainability and reliability. His leadership has facilitated the transfer of Energy Regulatory Authority to Sabah under the MA63 exercise, a very, very important milestone. And among his achievements in 2024 is the approval of the Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion Enactment 2024, advancing the state's commitment to renewable energy and the blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I now pass the floor to our distinguished moderator, Dato' Engineer Abdul Nasir bin Abdul Wahid. Dato' Engineer, over to you.
Thank you, Ben, for that kind introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Very good morning to all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I think I want to jump straight to the session in the interest of time, because we have much to talk about. And that will be my immediate challenge now, to do all that within 45 minutes. Probably I need some extra time, hopefully. We are given that. So we start with introduction of my first panelists. I will go through the introduction of all three, and later you will do a presentation of your respective slides. So the first panel will be adjunct Professor Engineer Muhammad Fauzi bin Muhammad Yasir on my left. He's the Senior General Manager, Solution Domain Experts, Group Technology and Commercialization, Project Delivery and Technology Division, Petronas. He has more than 35 years working experience, expertise in energy for oil and gas. He's currently responsible to steer and drive the focus area group, providing strategic technology on energy transition solutions, covers renewable energy, hydrogen, carbon capture, and specialty products, propelling new growth through competitive positioning towards achieving net zero carbon emission by 2050 as an aspiration of Petronas. Thank you for coming. Nice to see you. Second panelist, Mr. Dan Gregg, founder and CEO, Global OTEC, United Kingdom. Since 2017, Dan has been at the forefront of ocean thermal energy conversion OTEC development, driven by a commitment to revolutionize energy access for tropical island and coastal nations. Since 2021, Dan has raised most of the investment globally for OTEC, including securing the largest European Union investment in OTEC R&D to date under the Horizon Europe project. Welcome, Dan, to Sabah. Nice to see you as well. And of course, least but not, I think a lot of people probably have know the next panelist as no stranger to the ocean thermal energy conversion technology, but I will introduce him as well for the benefit of other audiences. Professor Dato Engineer Dr. Abu Bakar Jaafar from Faculty of Artificial Intelligence and Research, University Technology Malaysia, also the founding director, UTM Ocean Thermal Energy Center, Malaysia. He has served the government of Malaysia in various capacities since 1973. Among others are MOSTI, which is Ministry of Science and Technology, EPU, Economic Planning Unit, ex-Director General of DOE, Department of Environment, and also ex-Chairman of MGTC, Malaysian Green Tech Corporation, among others. Holding master degree in environmental science and PhD in marine geography, and conferred the honorary doctorate in science by University Malaysia Terengganu and Newcastle University of New South Wales, Australia. Currently, he is a leading proponent in Malaysia in the promotion and development of renewable energy projects, including that of ocean thermal energy, as well as in the generation and production of green hydrogen. Selamat datang, Prof. Nice to see you again. Okay, before the panelists start their presentation, allow me just a few minutes to actually have some introduction of Energy Commission at Sabah and what is our role, and to set the context for the discussion today. So, may I have the slide, please? Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, introduction to ECOS, short for Energy Commission of Sabah. We are a statutory body under the Chief Minister Department. We basically regulate 4 state enactments, namely electricity supply, onshore gas. These 2 are taking over from Energy Commission of Malaysia. And also renewable energy enactment, which we has taken over from SEDA, Sustainable Energy Development Authority, and a new enactment this year, which is OTEC development. So the governing structure of Energy Commission of Sabah in our function to function as a regulator of energy in Sabah is through the Sabah Energy Council, chaired by our Chief Minister himself. In terms of monitoring and also an oversight on the performance of Sabah Energy Roadmap and Master Plan 2040, which consists of 16 strategic initiatives to address the energy trilemma in Sabah, which is reliable supply of energy, affordability of it, and also the sustainability of it. At the same time also, I think this Sustainable Energy Council is also a governing body to approve energy supply planning and project approval. Next slide, please. Well, the bigger picture in terms of energy resource in Sabah, you can see from the map, a lot of the blue economy in Sabah at the moment hovering around oil and gas activities. We also have on-land indigenous energy resource, such as you can see from the map, the blue one in the middle is hydro potential, hydropower. We also have something unique in Sabah, which is geothermal at the southeast of Sabah, at Tawau, and wind energy at the utility scale up north of Sabah. And being the palm oil industry of the state, bioenergy is also one of the big potential of renewable energy source in Sabah in terms of biomass, biogas, and biomethane. And of course, ocean thermal energy conversion is a new founding potential available at the southeast offshore of Sabah as well as the west coast of Sabah. You can see on the milestone roadmap that we have crafted in our Sabah Energy Roadmap and Master Plan on the top right. You can see those are the milestone target that we have to achieve in terms of performance standard, in terms of electrification for rural, and in terms of renewable energy and healthy generation mix for the state. And in terms of energy transition, pathway as well as target for the generation mix of our Sabah grid, you can see from the map at the bottom right. Well, from the early years, you can see heavy dependency on the light blue color, which is natural gas. Eventually, if all the plan goes in according to what we have crafted, inshallah, we are looking at achieving a more balanced generation mix of 50% renewables and 50% fossil fuel. So mainly the renewables will come from hydropower and other source of renewables, as I mentioned, as well as solar. We expect the solar penetration limit to increase with the increase of potential energy storage from various means, not only from battery, but also from pump hydro technology. Next slide, please. I just have 3 slides. This is the last slide, just to set the context. In terms of renewable energy role in supporting blue economy of Sabah, we could categorize it into 3. OTEC, hydropower, since Sabah interpretation of blue economy also includes our rivers, hydropower, and of course offshore wind. So in terms of these 3 categories, we also wanted to show what are the progress in each of them. So in terms of OTEC, as a lot of you have already known, we are probably in the region becoming the first authority to regulate the exploration, development, and operation of OTEC in the offshore of Sabah through the Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion Enactment 2024, which was gazetted in April this year. As well as we have engaged 3 local companies who is working with international experts to conduct feasibility study of OTEC, the offshore of Tawau and Semporna for now. And we have also gathered a lot of interest from other parties for internationally on to work together with us to actually expand the development potential of OTEC in Sabah. On hydropower, currently we are doing the Sabah Hydropower Master Plan, which will be concluded end of the year. And early figures shows promising outcome that we will have more potential of hydro on top of the one in operation and already awarded. We have awarded, if you can see from there, for 45 megawatt low head small hydro is a pioneer program. It's a new technology for low head, and also 2 major hydro projects. Totaling from there you can see about 400 megawatt on top of the 100 megawatt in operation. So we're looking at a potential, inshallah, God willing, of 500 megawatt by the end of the decade. So that will be more or less in line and on track for us to achieve the energy transition that you have seen just now. In terms of offshore wind, still early days, but we are quite bullish on the potential as well. Even though we have wind potential up north, Kudat area, Kota Merdu area on land, we do see potential offshore as well. So we are working together with Petronas. I'm sure Ajit Fauzi will highlight that as well in his presentation. So that's from me. That's enough from me. Now we want to listen from each of the panelists. So we can start with Adjunct Professor Engineer Muhammad Fauzi bin Yasir, okay, with his presentation on fostering blue economy on oil and gas industry. Please.
Thank you, Datuk. Okay, let me put some perspective first in general. Petronas is actually Malaysia's state-owned oil and gas, and is actually and acutely aware of the finite nature of hydrocarbon, and in this region such as Sabah, Sarawak, and even in Peninsula. And recognizing the global shift towards sustainable energy, Petronas has embarked on the comprehensive strategy to transitions from traditional fossil fuel to more diversified energy portfolio, and including significant investment in some of the renewable energy. Yeah. And I just want to share the long-term strategy in energy transitions first, and then second I goes to diversifying into renewable. I can share that they're actually anchored into the 3 things. One is a commitment to net zero carbon emissions. That's the anchor. And we have committed to achieve net carbon zero emissions by 2050. And these ambitions target involve first enhance our operational efficiency, which most of our assets is already running more than 20 years. Yeah? And investing in low carbon technologies, and adopting more sustainable business practices. And the company is focused to reduce carbon footprint of its existing operations while exploring innovative solutions to minimize environment impact. Second is about R&D, investment in R&D. To lead these energy transitions, Petronas is heavily investing in research and development, and we aim to develop innovative technology that can reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve energy efficiency. This includes the hydrogen electrolyzers example. And the other part of it, the third one is about partnerships, strategic partnerships. And I think Datuk knows that we have collaborate through MOU as well. And the other part of that, forming some strategic partnership with the global leaders in renewable energy and technology is another cornerstones for Petronas moving forward. And into the diversifications of renewable example, the first steps probably I would like to share solar energy. I think moving forward as Petronas has changed its purpose, yeah, talking about progressive energy partners and solutions to enrich life for future sustainable. And solar energy is one of the key things that we actually embark, where Petronas has made significant strides in solar energy sector through our subsidiaries, that is Gentari where this company has invested multiple solar projects both within Malaysia and international. The most significant that we actually acquire is in India and plus as well in Australia. And this project aims to provide sustainable resource of energy and show Petronas' commitment in reducing reliance to fossil fuel. Wind energy, example. Yes, you mentioned about wind energy. While solar energy has been a primary focus, Petronas is also exploring potential of wind energy investment in wind farm, example in Taiwan. And offshore wind projects are part of the company's strategic diversifications in renewable energy. And last, and the other part of it about hydrogen economy. So again, under Gentari pillars, other than renewable and hydrogen is one of where we are actively exploring the hydrogen economy as a future energy source. While cannot discount fuel gas, that's still the destinations, only things that probably a mixed energy, we should look into how much that fuel gas still be there. And in particular, green hydrogen produced using renewable energy. This is very key because we're moving into green economy and offer a zero emissions alternative to traditional hydrocarbon. We also embark into what we call bioenergy. You mentioned that Sabah has a very rich palm oil industries, and even you talk about very natural resource like geothermal. And bioenergy is another area where Petronas is making significant investment. And by using this Malaysia abundant biomass resources, specific example like Sabah, we aims to produce biofuel and biogas. So in conclusion, Dato', what I can say, Petronas' long-term strategy in energy transitions and diversification support the blue economy into renewable energy are comprehensive and forward-thinking. And by committing the net zero carbon emissions, investment in R&D and forming strategic partnerships and diversifying into solar, wind turbine, wind energy, hydrogen and bioenergy, Petronas is actually positioning itself as a leaders in global energy transitions. So that's I can share with you, Dato'.
Thank you so much for that. Interesting that you mentioned about that MOU that we have, Memorandum of Understanding, to collaborate with Energy Commission of Sabah, State of Sabah, in terms of looking into new potential. Actually, I just want to share, when I discussed with Haji Fauzi on that MOU, I told him that I wanted Petronas to do something, the difficult part of doing renewable energy potential, getting renewable potential in Sabah. Not the conventional one, not the solar and all that, but the difficult part, which is the geothermal, the offshore wind and all that. And I believe with Petronas' commitment and ability in terms of their R&D forefront, the Bangi, research center and all that, which is where you yourself has originated from, right? Could actually propel us to have that agenda to realize that agenda in terms of getting those difficult and challenging renewable energy, both technically and financially as well. So, okay, thank you for that. I move on to the second presenter, which is Mr. Dan Gregg. Yeah, and he has a presentation in title of Harnessing Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion for a Sustainable Blue Economy. It will be very interesting to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Could we start with a video, please, that should be lined up?
For decades, innovators around the world have tried to generate electricity using the ocean's heat.
Generate electricity by ocean thermal energy conversion.
Despite successfully proving the concept, they were unable to scale the technology commercially. Now, the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference will hear how global OTAC is making the first commercial systems a reality, shaping a new future for renewable energy. By modularizing the technology, working with OTEC pilot plant operators, and forging partnerships with world-leading offshore engineering companies, global OTEC is creating a paradigm shift for renewable energy production, while also advancing power generation in tropical storm zones. Soon, Sabah can generate clean, baseload power from the tropical ocean, no matter the weather, day or night, all year round. This is a new future for renewable energy for Sabahans. This is ocean thermal energy. This is global OTEC.
Thank you. So, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, some special thanks to Datuk Nasir, to Dr. Ferdowsi, Datin Nirvana for all of their engagement so far that has brought Global OTEC to this event, and a special thank you to our project liaison officer, Sham, for making sure everything runs so smoothly with our engagement. This is a remarkable experience after 7 or maybe even 8 years now of working on ocean thermal energy conversion, to see hundreds, if not thousands, of people congregating over their weekends on such a well-organized forums. I would go as far as saying this is one of the best energy events, blue economy events that I've ever seen, better than any COP conference that I've attended focusing on this matter. So it is incredibly encouraging. And what stood out to me yesterday was the Honourable Chief Minister's remarks opening the Blue Economy Forum with ocean thermal energy conversion really as the focal point for his remarks. And I've spent a lot of years moving into some of the political circles, and I've heard a lot of good chat, but I thought this was a clear signal of intent. So 7 years of developing ocean thermal energy conversion technology and projects, I've learned a lot. Our team has tested every cycle, every working fluid. Not to get too technical, I want to share all of our learnings with Sabahans to avoid you having to spend 7 years learning what I've learned, to give you a head start. One of the key things is fundraising. We've heard a lot about policy, we've heard a lot about technology. One of the biggest challenges I've learned is fundraising. And I think we've raised about $6.5 million to date for ocean thermal energy conversion. And it barely scratches the surface. There is a long way to go. So some of the key learnings I have, I hope will set Sabah on a pathway to success, because it isn't just Sabah that needs this. The world needs this. Small island developing states have some of the largest exclusive economic zones in the world, and their largest natural resource is the ocean. So what Sabah is pioneering will have a catalytic impact for the world when it comes to sustainability. And one of the key aspects to a successful OTEC rollout is to start small but meaningful. Unfortunately, there is a graveyard of large OTEC projects which had the best of intentions, huge ambitions, but unfortunately were unable to raise the funding to be successful. Most recently, I think 10 megawatt projects in Martinique, in the Caribbean. The world is not ready for this scale of technology today. So we have to look at what is available off the shelf. We have to run R&D concurrently for the larger systems. So I like to look at where energy is at a premium today. Now, in an ever-changing geopolitical world, this can be in defense. We're in a very different world 10 years ago, and energy security comes at a greater premium than it did in, say, 2013. Offshore oil and gas is another area we've heard from my friend about the energy transition plans for Petronas. We're hearing this around the world. I was just in Houston a few weeks ago, and this is a huge agenda point for the offshore oil and gas industry. There is an opportunity for ocean thermal energy conversion to work in collaboration with decarbonizing these assets to pave the way towards larger scale systems. We heard from the ambassador earlier, His Excellency, the ambassador to Norway, about how the collaboration for offshore wind, holding Norway as the shining example for offshore wind. This collaboration came through oil and gas. So I'm incredibly encouraged to see the technical capacity when it comes to offshore engineering and operations in deep water. This is a really outstanding point, which I believe will make a great contribution towards the success of ocean thermal energy conversion. And I think the last point is not to treat this as just the energy transition. This is an economic transformation for Sabahans. This is the next generation of jobs for engineers, for scientists. So our proposal isn't just about bringing an OTEC project to Sabah. It's about creating a global center of excellence where the next generation of offshore engineers and scientists and experts in OTEC are grown out of Sabah to address that world challenge, the regional challenge, the demand for ocean thermal energy conversion. Sabah can be first in this. So we propose a global center of excellence. I'm very looking forward to collaborate with stakeholders in bringing to life. I'd just like to wrap up by extending my warmest gratitude to the Honourable Chief Minister of Sabah for his vision, and also to Datuk Nasir for him and his team in bringing this vision to life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. I got a few questions, but I will hold it for a while. We will like to listen from Professor Bakar. I think it's really time for all the audience to know exactly introducing of OTEC to the world, to Sabah. What is it actually OTEC technology is, and how can we actually nurture it for Sabah economy? Please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Terima kasih Datuk Nasib. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon. First of all, I wish to thank the organizers for having me this afternoon. And at the outset, I must say, this conference is the climax of my career. The reason why? I think after this, I can afford to retire. I've been looking at this subject since 1975. And I did my master's thesis. The title of my master's thesis on the conversion of solar energy into hydrogen, and OTEC is a component of solar energy. All right, so may I have the slide? I have some number of slides, and I have to cover this 57 slide in 10 minutes. And please bear with me. Okay, let's see if it works. Doesn't work? Can somebody help me? Yeah. sorry, I think my first slide, I wanted to share with you definition on blue economy. And one aspect of the definition is that any economic activity has to generate hardly any carbon, no carbon at all. And okay, now the slide is up. So that's my title of my presentation. And there's the outline. Okay, this is blue carbon. You see the top of the image is part of the definition of blue economy. And one aspect, what I was saying earlier, is that the economic model of economy is to ensure that no activities could generate carbon or hardly much carbon. And the subject of ocean thermal energy is essentially not only to generate no carbon, but also to offset the carbon emissions. So this gives you illustration, as we heard yesterday. Sabah has the potential of 20,000 megawatts. If you were to convert this potential, we could offset 150 million tons of CO2 equivalent. And if you were to give $10 US per ton of CO2, and we could generate, in terms of carbon credit, 1.5 billion US at least, and this number can go up. All right, about energy, I will start with this subject. As we know, energy cannot be created, nor could be destroyed, but we can convert one form of energy to another. So in terms of OTEC, essentially what we do is to take the heat from the sun. So OTEC is a secondary source of energy. And the others you are very familiar with, but not many people familiar with ocean thermal energy. And this image basically gives you some idea about there are 4 primary sources of energy, renewable, and the other 2 non-renewable. So this slide summarizes the 4 sources of renewable energy: primary, solar, and tidal, geothermal, and salinity gradient, and the other 2 you are very familiar with, fossil fuels and nuclear. So essentially this image will give you some idea about the energy from the sun. It goes through the atmosphere, becomes the wind, it goes through the cloud, becomes rain and hydro, and hit the surface of the ocean, becomes a wave. And the energy penetrates the water column, and that creates some differential that we have oceanic current. And the light could only penetrate into the surface of the ocean up to certain depths, largely about 300 meters, and beyond which is a total darkness. So what we do is we take the heat out of the surface water and convert this heat into power. And it's no takers of the power, then convert this power into hydrogen. So in the tropics, we have the abundance of ocean thermal energy, and we talk about wind and wave, the more abundant in the temperate regions. So these places where all tech activities have been taken place, there are more areas now being developed. This is the definition of ocean thermal energy that I was saying earlier. You just take the heat from the sun, stored in the surface layers of the body of water into electrical energy. You look at the last 3 words, or energy product equivalent, meaning to say no takers of electricity, just convert this into hydrogen or even ammonia or methanol. So this figure gives you some idea about the conversion, what I was saying earlier. We take the heat from warm seawater, then we use liquid ammonia to extract the heat. And this liquid ammonia, the moment it is exposed to warm water, it turns itself into gas. So we use the gas to turn the turbine and turn the generator, you get electricity. And as I was saying earlier, if no takers of this electricity in situ, then we use electrolyzer to convert it into green hydrogen, and this can be stored and taken away. But the other important aspect of OTEC that most people overlook is the fact that by utilizing the cold deep water of the condensers of the OTEC plant, we could use this cold deep water, and one of the our current preoccupation now is to use this cold deep sea water, about 10 degrees Celsius, for the cooling of data servers or data centers. I think this is a good prospect. I think we must work on this. And of course, use the cold deep sea water for air conditioning is standard practices in many parts of the world. And I think this application of use cold water to cool down the tropical soil for temperate crops, and this has been happening in Kumijima, Hawaii, Kumijima, Okinawa, Japan, as well as in Hawaii. And of course, the cold water also is used now, and especially in Hawaii and Kumijima, Japan, to produce high-value marine produce, including abalone, oysters, prawns, fugu fish, and very interesting, fugu fish raised in deep sea water, no longer poisonous, and of course marine algae, including umibodo, or in Sabah they call it lato. This is very high value. And before we produce the mineral water, the premium value mineral water from deep sea, we can extract the salt as well as lithium. Okay, these are the activities around the world. I won't go through it. And these are the development of the OTEC since 1981, where the OTEC cycle has been discovered by this French scientist in 1981. And I think this slide shows all the developments throughout the world since 1981. And I would say the operating plant now is 1 megawatt of Busan in Korea. So this is the 1 megawatt plant floating platform in Busan, Korea. That's what they plan to install this in Karibas, Western Pacific. And this, you've seen this earlier announced by our young Berhormat Chief Minister. Sabah has 20,000 potential, 5,000 on the east side, and then 15,000 on the west side. You can see the 6,000 megawatt. You can also find this off Baram in Sarawak. Okay, then that's the, okay, and then here quickly I want to introduce this UTM Ocean Thermal Energy Center. I joined the UTM at the age of 63, so I've been with the UTM since 2013. So it has been long haul as far as I'm concerned, but now we have come to the climax of all the efforts we have done in the past. This is the best site, the way we see it, of Pulau Kalimpang. And I think Datuk Nasir has made an announcement. I think 3 companies have been given or will be given some sort of water column concession for them to proceed to carry out feasibility studies. Okay, I think this is, I need to share. I've been looking at the 21 fast emerging impactful technologies in the world, but I think I have yet to anybody to come up with me to challenge me that this is not correct. And I think based on the data that we gather from Kumijima, Okinawa, Japan, as well as from Hawaii, and I must say that OTEC technology could fulfill all the 17 SDGs. And of course, these are all the revenue streams that we can think of. And you notice that umibodo is called lato in Sabah. And I went to supermarket Aeon in Japan. The value is $70 per kilo. At Tokyo Airport, $140 per kilo. And these are the products that could generate from the application of cold water in Kumijima. So the income of the people in Kumijima, one time they were pineapple growers and also sugar planters. So I think their income has gone up so high and as high as those in Tokyo. So these are some of the products. You notice the image on the bottom right. I think with hydrogen, we can also promote the standalone off-grid distributed power system together with solar energy, as well as you have opportunity, depending on the site, utilization of mini hydro. So this figure is to show how competitive OTEC is, other than salinity gradient. So although the capital is very high, but in terms of generation cost very low, simply because OTEC has high capacity factor, almost 100%. That explains why OTEC is very competitive. Another thing that we've done a quick calculation, if you were to use hydrogen green hydrogen, even at the price of 20 ringgit per kilo, the cost of running hydrogen car now is only 11 cents per kilometer. If you to use round 95, I think it can be easily double of that. So I think I must share this knowledge to all of us. The problem is we have yet to get the hydrogen cars running in Sabah or in Peninsula, except now we have seen them some running in Sabah. So I think you must bear this fact that running cost of hydrogen car is very, very competitive. These are the comparison. I won't go through it. And the other aspect of OTEC hydrogen is that talking about CO2 storage, but I would promote the CO2 utilization. And with hydrogen generated from OTEC, we could also capture the CO2 and utilize it for the production of green methanol, for instance. So this slide shared with me with Mr. Feroz from Petronas, very aware, 10 years ago almost. And you see there are deep water productions of oil and gas, and the OTEC plants can coexist with this floating production, deep water production, to produce hydrogen and capture CO2 to produce green methanol. So this is a scheme to production of green methanol. And then this is just to share of interest, as I was saying earlier, if you were to convert all the potential of OTEC of Sabah, then we could generate in terms of hydrogen revenue alone, gross revenue is about 21 billion per year. And this is a big sum of potential income and generation. So this is a feature to take away the hydrogen from OTEC plants. And I think this is about my last slide. As you can see here, hydrogen is going to be the most dominant energy carrier in the 21st century. And you note from this figure, by 2070, there will be no direct utilization of biomass or coals, not because we'll be running out of biomass or running out of coal, simply because biomass will be converted to alcohol, ethanol, and coal will be converted into hydrogen. So I've already done a quick estimate how much capital required for 100 megawatts, and in short, we can recover this within 7 to 10 years easily, and even without having to get revenues from cooling of data centers or lithium production or marine produce. This is simply from the sale of raw water for mineral and some carbon credits. So these are the numbers for those interested to look at the potential of OTEC projects. These are good numbers, very attractive, and I'll be more than willing to share these numbers. So this slide basically to show to you is that although people say investment in OTEC very heavy, as shown here about $30 million per megawatt, but we can reduce this capital by sharing this capital by generating other revenue streams. And you can see from the y-axis, if you invest in 30 million per megawatt, so the cost of electricity about $15 US, 15 cents US per kilo, and you can drop this to even below 0.05. So in short, we can give people free energy in a sense, because you can recover your capital investment by generating revenues from other streams by utilizing fully the deep sea water, cold deep sea water. So this is just a quick illustration. Even to charge 1 cent per liter, you can generate 20 million per year, and your capital just now is only 750. So theoretically, you can recover this within 2 years. That's a very, very promising. All right, this is what I said earlier, so I won't go through it. And in terms of prospects, I think we have to promote the OTEC also. The deep sea water of the condenser OTEC is a good source of energy in a sense for cooling of data centers. I think that's what we need to invite potential data centers operators to come to Sabah. right? Here, I think it's been covered earlier by Datuk Chair and also the Chief Minister of Malacca, but I must say that since 16 May last year, Sabah has made more progress within less than a year than I've made much progress in the last 12 years or even longer. So congratulations, I'm very happy to hear, and that's what I was saying earlier, I can afford to retire from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. If I can highlight a few things there, which is, I think there's quite a lot of information there, but there are a few interesting points there to say that, well, OTEC is not only just about power, electricity and all that, also other products, which is just as valuable like green hydrogen, mariculture, mineral water, data center cooling and all that. So there's a lot of prospect there of product and interest which should be garnered from various parties. And mentioned that about the viability of OTEC, well, setting aside green hydrogen potential, even for green mobility, hydrogen mobility is already viable prospect, isn't it? It's cheaper than petrol based on the presentation just now, but the only challenge will be providing infrastructure of hydrogen station for, that will be another step. But at least the conceptually and realistically, it's already a good prospect for hydrogen mobility. And I think the other thing is that there's a mentioning about the deep sea exploration. Maybe a lot of things has been said about the challenges of having to do OTEC at the deep sea location, more than several hundred meters mentioned just now, in order to get the 20 degrees Celsius temperature difference. So I'm mentioning about Petronas oil rig, which is basically doing it today even. That means it's being done in Sabah, even though for a different product. Probably on that note, probably if I can ask my friend Haji Fauzi, since Petronas actually have done deep sea exploration and bearing the similarity of what Petronas has done, what do you think about the prospect of OTEC being developed by Petronas?
Maybe I would like to touch base on how Petronas' role in this context, Dato'. Let me put this way, how can we actually support the blue economy here in that context, and what exactly the role looking at that example? While I noted that everyone is observed Petronas has that vast experience in offshore. Okay, just probably the first steps that we did, actually, I think just want to share everyone here. Petronas has actually collaborations with ECOS through MOU. And in that MOU, there's 4 areas that I would like to share. Number one, talking about the potential, the workability and feasibilities about REs in Sabah, renewable energy, yeah? So that's number one. Number two, Petronas with their experts would be able to help how we could actually implement that and execute. That's number two. Number three, we talk about leveraging Petronas experts in R&D, looking at what areas and advancement from technology standpoint of view. And last but not least, of course, capability building. Yeah, leveraging from what we have in Petronas through whatever means, example, exchange or sabbatical example, helping in sharpen the understanding, the capital knowledge of Sabah. In addition to that, I just want to share that Petronas actually embarked what we call Center of Ocean RE. And this center at this moment is in progress. We are going to build at this moment as a POC, proof of concept, of ocean floating solar PV with wind turbine. I believe wind turbine is a really deliberated ideas in Malaysia still. And we are going to have also what you call wave energy converter with a very compact offshore substations, or some call E substations, whatever it is, connected to shore, that the shore will have a battery energy system storage. Yeah, this is what we have, and connecting that with a small scale ground mounted. So all in all, example that showcase projects, we have about 1 football field size of solar connecting with a small size of wind turbine, 4 unit. We have wave converter energy. We connected that. This is really real research together with University Malaysia Terengganu. And hopefully by this coming December, that's completed, and we want to actually looking at how the robot can be put into robust situations in ocean. Yeah. Now, that is what actually Petronas show the commitment. Yeah, in terms of developing the ocean RE. So hopefully with that, that will actually leading to what we call a programs where we want to find out the mixed energy with the system that we have, formulate an algorithm so that we can have RE mix moving into round the clock energy. This is very important because we know the fact that solar is intermittent. Even wind turbine is also kind of fluctuations energy. And how could we actually manage this and optimize this mixed energy so that we can have around the clock's energy? So therefore, if looking at the potential, if you move into energy sectors in Sabah, for instance, it will actually help you to fulfill the energy segment in Sabah, example, with aspirations of 70%, 80% of RE mix into your conventional mix, like gas example. So that are the areas that we are looking at and the role that we play in supporting the blue economy in Sabah.
Thank you for that answer. I was given a signal there's a few minutes left, but I think we need more time. I think I try to emulate what Tan Sri Yani Faman did just now. I will request some extra time. Okay, but quickly, move on to Mr. Dan. My question will be, what will be the most critical factors for attracting investment in OTEC project, particularly in Sabah region? And if you were to do it, how would you do it in Sabah?
So the bankability is critical for any renewable energy project. What's challenging about ocean thermal energy conversion compared to conventionals is that you have technology risk. We've to date worked a lot in small island developing states who have some far more difficult economies than Sabah. There you have a market risk. And then you have political risk. So I think what Sabah has done with the Ocean Thermal Energy Act is address the political risk, the market risk. I think with a strong bankable off-taker, could be Petronas, could be the utility companies. This is a very attractive proposition for investors. In terms of technology risk, what Global OTEC are proposing is systems that use off-the-shelf technology, the scale of which is operational in waste heat recovery or industrial refrigeration. We're using an organic Rankine cycle. These processes are incredibly simple compared to the complexities of what Petronas are already operating offshore. So we're trying to make something as a package, a business plan, which is as simple as possible. So we have the technology, we have the political will. Now we need the customer. Who is the off-taker? Where is the premium? I'm not talking about a cost per kilowatt hour that the Sabahan consumers may pay through the grid, but where is electricity at a premium today? And green hydrogen is, again, an excellent example that's been cited many times today. I think you used the term luxury commodity when we had our first calls. And these are the areas that make the model work. And that is essentially what investors are are looking for.
Thank you. Probably my last question to Professor Bakar. Well, in your opinion, why didn't OTEC kick off much earlier to become commercially viable globally, even though the technology has been there for quite some time? Probably your answer to that?
Okay, thank you, Dato'. Yes. Well, the way I see it, the R&D on technologies, right, or tech technologies in particular, done by developed countries, right, started by France, followed by US, Japan, Korea, Netherlands. None of them from developing countries. But the resource itself in the tropics, and many countries in the tropics are poor countries. So financing is a big problem. You know, although we believe in the technology, but to raise the finance, to implement the technology, and every time I raise the subject, they say heavy capital. Because they stop at energy. They do not see that the OTEC technology could generate food and water and minerals. That's the problem. I think we all have to go back to school. Really. So now, okay, just for the record, this OTEC in Malaysia potential has been established since 2008. Why I was saying that? Because in 2006 and 2008, right, through Petronas R&D support, 50 million, right, and this survey was done, survey of South China Sea, mainly not to really to locate for resources, but for Malaysia to extend our continental shelf beyond 200 miles. That was the exercise. And during that exercise, we established that Malaysia does have potential for OTEC. And the first opportunity was given to Petronas to exploit this. And that has been outstanding since 2008, for the record. Right? Okay. The second point I wanted to touch, that even you look at our energy transition, any mention even about hydrogen? No. And I think to the authorities, especially I've been working closely with the Energy Commission, or energy per se, ministry or department. To them, energy is just electricity. They don't think that hydrogen is energy carrier. That's another mental block, the way I see it. Now, I think I want to make a quick remark to what you said just now. Why hydrogen cars not on the road? You said something to do with infrastructure. But one thing I don't understand, I've been talking even to hydrogen car manufacturers, Toyota Mirai, right? Why you need hydrogen filling stations? You don't need. Right? Petrol, yes, maybe. But hydrogen you don't need, because what you need to do is to install gas cylinders, hydrogen cylinders, into the car, just like our LPG. So you don't need a filling stations. So the car manufacturers also have to change the way they look. That's why I like our Professor Gunther, right? You know, we have to be innovative to do things not what we used to do. We have to think post-normal. We have to think beyond, you know. It has to be innovative. So I think if car manufacturers were to introduce, right, hydrogen cars with canisters, you need only to carry 5 kilograms, less a bag of rice, you know. And then I can install solar panel on top of my roof. Now you have electrolyzer, which is together with compressor. I can generate hydrogen at home or any building, but the car is not there. So I think maybe we have to talk to the automotive industries, because we have MARI, the Malaysian Automotive Research, right, robotics and institute, and they have good mandate for them to introduce this, but they're not looking at them. Yeah. So another thing, last time, since you mentioned I was chairman of MTTC, right, Malaysian Green Technology Corporation. My first question to management: who is the major beneficiary of electric vehicles? Nobody answered me, but I answered myself. It's TMB, right? But where TMB gets the power? It's a coal-fired or gas-fired. Then what green technology you're talking about? So that's another problem. So, okay, I think I have enough. Otherwise, it's going to be a long day today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think the idea, key part is that you have to be bold and innovative, basically, isn't it? And remove that mental block to do new things, right? Okay, how are we doing with time? Is it possible to take any question from the floor?
We're critical.
We're critical. So that means no, right? Can you mind? I think we can have that discussion offline after this, but in conclusion, basically for me, and I probably agree by my friends on stage here, is to make any new things work, I think perseverance and knowledge and with good risk assessment is the key. To make, in particular, OTEC project works, we need, for me, it's the 3 triangles of success: the know-how and capability to develop it. Secondly, the off-taker and the right market who can afford the product that we are selling. And of course, the funding to finance the project. And to make it sustainable, a good policy and government commitment, which is already in evidence, continuous R&D, and not forgetting building domestic capacity building. So I think it's time for Sabah to take the lead and for OTEC development, among others, given the opportunity lies near to us and the actual necessity for us to provide a significant impact and a transformational shift for Sabah economy, contributing to the nation aspiration. Thank you very much from us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam rahmatullah. Thank you very much to Dato' Engineer Abdul Nasir and also to our panelists. Please remain on stage, and now I would like to invite Tuan Ramli Karya, the Chief Operating Officer of the SMJ Secretariat, to be on stage for the token of appreciation presentation. First, we would like to present a token of appreciation to Adjunct Professor Insinyur Muhammad Fauzi Muhammad Yasir, the Senior General Manager, Solution Domain Experts, Group Technology Commercialization, Petronas Delivery and Technology Division. Professor Dato' Insinyur Dr. Bakar Jaafar, Professor UTM Faculty of Artificial Intelligence and Research, Fellow and Founding Director, UTM. Also, Ocean Thermal Energy Center. Mr. Dan Gregg, the Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Global Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion, United Kingdom. And last but not least, to our moderator, the inspiring Dato' Engineer Abdul Nasir bin Abdul Wahid, CEO of Energy Commission of Sabah. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite the gentlemen to please step forward for a group photography session. Blue economy, renewable energy, a dynamic presentation and sharing just now. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Thank you so much to our moderator and also to our panelists today. Thank you, Mr. Ramli, and thank you to our wonderful panelists and moderator. While we await for our distinguished gentlemen to exit the stage, I'd like to now show a QR code on the screen. We require your participation for the QR code is actually the feedback form. There we go. Sorry, my mind just went on a little burst just now. So ladies and gentlemen, we require your participation. I'm just going to put the QR code on the screen here for 30 seconds, and it will be on a few more times later on. We just need your assistance and participation to participate in this feedback form. Obviously, we would like to have more discussions, more forums of such, so that we are able to continue this discussion more frequently, and we would appreciate your feedback. Very, very easy form for you to fill out. Ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence. It's also a non-renewable commodity. We are pressed for time. I don't want to waste time because our moderator is catching a flight. So makes it very tough for my job as Master of Ceremonies, but never mind. Dr. Robin Bush, the Asia Foundation's country representative in Malaysia, is our next moderator. And I'd like to invite Dr. Robin Bush to please grace the stage and to lead us in our next session, the Blue Economy, Social Inclusion and Community Empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 days, we've been discussing a lot of technical things, a lot of sharing, but at the end of the day, the people matters. So I will now invite Dr. Robin Bush to lead us in this discussion. Dr. Robin Bush, over to you. Is the microphone working? A technical team, please.
Test. Thank you so much. Whoa. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much to the Sabah Maju Jaya Secretariat for inviting the Asia Foundation to participate in this important event, this very important conference. And thank you especially to the Sabah Maju Jaya Secretariat for the wisdom of creating a space for us to talk about social inclusion. As we just heard, the people are important. We're going to talk about that. We're going to do this a little bit differently than the previous panels. So we know that we are standing between you and your lunch. So we're going to have a very interactive panel, and we're not going to have presentations. We're going to have a lot of opportunity for you to ask questions. So could I ask my panelists to please join me on the stage while I introduce you to everyone. Firstly, I also want to say thank you to the Australian High Commission for supporting the Asia Foundation's work on blue economy. And we'll talk a little bit about the social inclusion aspect of that. But first, please join me. So while we get settled, I'd like to introduce our panelists to everyone. And I have on my immediate left, Dr. Jamili Nais, who is currently the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Local Government and Housing Development in Sabah. He's probably very well known to most of you in the room. Prior to his role, he was the State Secretary of Tourism, Culture and Environment, where he played a pivotal role in promoting sustainable tourism and cultural preservation. He's also an academic that has written many, many articles, many books on ecological preservation. He's an expert in this area, and we're going to hear from him in just a short while. Immediately to his left, we have Mr. David Washbrook, the CEO of Red Sea Reef Builders. Red Sea Reef Builders is driven by the desire to preserve the ocean's most precious resources and support the growth of coral reefs as valuable asset. The organization focuses on refurbishing damaged coral, creating new coral to enhance eco-friendly tourism and create a significant global impact. Red Sea Reef Builders aims to safely and sustainably plant coral reef infrastructures and habitat by using methods such as subsea robotics and automated technology. So I think we're going to hear a bit about that, and I'm looking forward to that. And last but definitely not least, we have Ms. Nadira Muhammad Rifai, Program Management from Reef Check Malaysia. She's a certified Reef Check eco-diver trainer and Green Fence Assessor trainer. She plays a key role in managing various environmental initiatives in Malaysia. Okay, So let's get started. We're going to jump into our conversation. I'm going to ask a few questions, not many, and then I'm going to open it up to the audience. So we are going to try to make this as dynamic and as interactive as we can. Please be thinking about your questions. I have noticed already in the conference and this morning there were already questions on this issue of social inclusion in the blue economy. Someone from the Institute of Development Sabah asked an excellent question. We haven't had a chance to talk about this, right? When we think about the blue economy, we know that sustainable blue economy includes by definition the tripartite balancing act, right? Of economic growth, environmental preservation or ocean health, and equitable distribution of resources and the people-centric aspect of it. But most of the conversation, I think in many circles, and certainly even today, has focused on that balance between growth and the environment, right? That's where much of the discussion happens. It's important not to lose sight of that third piece, and that's what we're here to talk about today. The people-centric element of the blue economy. What about the populations that are living in those coastal areas? What about the people who depend on the marine resources that we've been discussing for their livelihoods, right? And we've had already some discussion and some points about that, but as one of the ambassadors said, this is not an easy thing to do. This doesn't happen by itself. Having a really well-balanced blue economy that involves growth, that preserves the environment, and that benefits all of the people, it's not easily done. It requires planning, it requires prioritization, it requires political will, and it requires expertise. Fortunately, we have expertise right here on the panel today. So let's jump in. Datuk Jamili, if I may start with you. Yes. The role of the government, the role of policy is crucial when we think about social inclusion. This was referenced already this morning, that the private sector has its own interests, right? The people, of course, have their own interests as well. Given your expertise in ecological preservation, what strategies do you recommend for ensuring that the policies, the regulations that Sabah develops as it's developing its blue economy protect the livelihoods of the coastal communities while also fostering economic growth?
Thank you, Dr. Robin. I have much to talk about this morning, but in the interest of time, and also because we are fortunate because we've been listening to the combined wisdom of the ambassadors and the high commissioners this morning, and much of what we wanted to talk about has been elucidated very vividly by His and Her Excellencies this morning. Now, before answering that, before diving to that, I'd like to talk about, I want to crystallize what I want to talk about, three things that I want to emphasize. One is the ocean health. That was the topic that was given to me, the ocean health in Sabah. I would think that there are three things that are most crucial to the ocean health in Sabah. One is the climate change, the seawater temperature rising, and that the level is rising also, and all the attendant cause and effect of that. Pollution, especially plastic pollution, and then the microplastic, etc. And the third is the overfishing, including the destructive fishing, like fish bombings and cyanide fishing. So these are the things that are a concern for the health of our seas in Sabah. Now, how do we address that? Most of those are addressed by the creation of marine protected areas, MPAs, and that's our answer. But also, I want to emphasize one that is oftentimes understated, which is the Tagal system. You must remember that. Let's remember that the blue economy also include the rivers. Well, it's borderline, but in my mind, it's include the rivers. because not only they are also blue water, but also they flow to the seas and then affect the ocean, the health of the ocean. So the Tagal system in Sabah is very special, and I can say that it is a world-class conservation effort that is often understated. Now, credit to those that are involved. This Tagal system are registered by the Fisheries Department, but enforced by the native laws in Sabah. The Ketua Kampung, the Ketua Anak Negeri, and the SICC system, the native laws. This is a very special system that is almost equivalent to protected areas, the legal protected areas. And it can be less introduced yet, to other part of the world. That's marine protected areas. Then I'd like to, regarding marine protected areas, I want to emphasize the difference between the conventional Western philosophy, approach, and narrative of marine protected areas, or even the protection of oceans. Oftentimes, in the Western philosophy, the approach is, it starts with science, biodiversity, and species. It is okay, but in the Eastern mind, including in Sabah, it is, we start with the people, the livelihood. It's like Professor Pauli said yesterday, it's very hard to argue with a hungry person. And I must shorten this because it's also very difficult to be long-winded with a hungry audience. So I'll shorten this. But this is the thing. In the Eastern mind, including in Sabah, we start with the livelihood of the people. At the end of it all, it's no use talking about climate change. It's not good talking about plastic pollution when you don't have enough to eat for today, for your family for today. So that's the major difference. The third thing that I want to talk about is Sabah, of course, is our especially all the tropical countries, or tropical regions, are blessed abundantly with natural blessing. Our forests are blessed with biodiversity, plant, animals, truly blessed. And the marine realm also, marine environment, we are truly blessed. We are part of the coral triangle, and the richest and most diverse marine life in the world. Double blessing. The terrestrial environment, the marine environment. And in between that, the mangrove. Plenty of mangrove, and 70% the mangrove of this country is in Sabah. Now, but how do we monetize that? How do we translate that into livelihood of the people? My parting remark is, do not let that blessing be a burden to the people, because it's just not possible to conserve every single species in our land, and it's just not possible to protect every inch of our land. We also need to develop. And that is the concept of KBA, Key Biodiversity Area, and even HCV, High Conservation Value, come into place. We just protect what we can, but we also need to develop our state. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Datuk Jamili. Those are such wise words, aren't they? We have so much to learn. I'm glad you raised the Tagal system. It is truly a best practice when it comes to social inclusion that values the indigenous knowledge, the indigenous culture and traditions, and the role of indigenous people. So thank you so much. Thank you also for raising the issue of livelihoods, because that's what I'm coming to next, is sustainable employment. And I want to ask actually both David and Nadira the same question, which is, how do your preservation activities, respectively, help to create sustainable employment and jobs for youth, for women, and other communities in the coastal areas. Nadira, sure.
Hello? Okay. First off, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to talk about coral reef conservation and the local communities. So, to start off, in context, Reef Check Malaysia, most of our programs revolves around coastal or island communities all around Malaysia. And our long-term program with the local communities, which involves various capacity building programs and promoting environmental stewardship, is called the Community Marine Conservation Groups. We call it CMCGs. To date, we have established 6 CMCGs. 4 of them are based in Semporna areas, Sabah. So I would like to give a special mention to them, which is the Kulapan Marine Conservation Group, the Larapan Marine Conservation Group, the Selakan Marine Conservation Group, and the Mabul Climate Youths. So the job opportunities that we help with comes from 2 programs. First is our coral reef conservation programs itself, such as the reef check surveys, the coral bleaching monitoring, reef restoration, which involves the installation, monitoring, and maintenance. And second is from the community-based waste management program, which, although it's about managing the island's household solid waste, it's also part of coral reef conservation because it prevents pollution of the sea. So in the early stages of our CMCGs, we do a lot of capacity building programs depending on the needs of the location and the local community. So examples of the trainings we did are the eco-friendly snorkel guides, diving certifications, and the subsequent diving-related activities, such as the Reef Check Eco-Diver trainings, reef restoration methods trainings. We now do 7 methods, coral bleaching monitoring trainings, and so much more. So for waste management, they are exposed to the various types of solid waste, the different types of plastics, both recyclables and non-recyclables in Sabah, and how to segregate the waste. So while we do all this training and programs with the local community, at the same time, we are also helping them improving their social skills, building up their confidence, and boosting their leadership skills. So they are now capable, they are skilled, they are confident, they are now empowered. So, and this helps them secure job opportunities actually, either with us by joining our programs where we provide honorariums or salaries, or they can also get a job somewhere else, usually within Semporna areas itself, because they have the skills and certifications. For example, several youths on Mabul Island are now working as dive guides or snorkeling guides with resorts or dive operators on Mabul itself, after joining the series of our trainings, tapping into the blue economy. And so, but they usually divide their time between their jobs with the resorts and joining our programs as well. Yeah, thank you.
So inspiring. Thank you, Nadira. Over to you, David.
Thank you so much, and it's an absolute honor to be here to address the Sabah Madhya today. For us, the Red Sea Reef Builders focuses on using subsea robotics and automated vessel technology with the aim of globally scaling the protection and restoration of marine habitats. Now, usually when I say that, people look at me like I just jumped off a spaceship, right? This is new technology, leading edge technology, but actually, it's been around for quite some time. So you ask yourself the question, why hasn't this been used in this space before? Subsea robotics have actually been used in oil and gas since 30, 40 years ago before. But the blue economy comes down to a business model. You need to be able to utilize a business model to be able to afford the latest technology and get that into the right places. And part of that business model will always be making sure we have the right people undertaking those opportunities. You need that inclusivity. And you started off by saying about experts. We're here as experts. Actually, the experts are the people that have been undertaking fishing activities, farming activities, and ocean-based activities for their livelihoods for millions of years. And it's that knowledge, that information that needs to tap in. So when we talk about technology, oftentimes people think, especially in the way of AI, it is there to take jobs, right? People feel that, that pressure of jobs are going to be removed by new technology. when actually technology is there to supplement and to enhance. And that's exactly the way that we want to look at this. So if we have technology that can support an example of enhancing yield of seaweed growth, or supporting the protection of marine habitats, i.e. the prevention of illegal fishing, these kind of opportunities can be enhanced by technology. And then you say, how do people benefit? Well, actually, you end up with a greater yield because you have less illegal fishing and you have more time for the growth stock to grow into proper fish. So you end up with the local communities benefiting from actually having a better existence, a better environment to undertake their operations in. But also, when you look at this technology, the capability to be able to control vessels and equipment onshore means that suddenly you're bringing that subsea environment into people's homes. You're able to live stream into the lecture theatres and the classrooms of the future for education and also for social advancement. In the marine industry, this technology is now going through this whole transitional change, that the industry as a whole, which means that any experience that we can give in low-risk environments operating this technology can then further drive people's ability to have a career path in a global marine industry that is going through change. And that really, for me, is where you're looking at taking people from the grassroots level and being able to train them through this process. People are understanding then from an educational point of view when they first start in schools. But then as an adult educational point of view, they understand the marine industry, and then there's opportunities further afield. We've talked about different energy sources coming from the oceans. All of those will require people who are competent and trained in the latest technology to operate in those environments. And it starts from the grassroots level, working alongside those experts. And as with anything, you said that the people are the driving force. It doesn't matter if you have a business, a country, or whatever. Those people are the engine room of change. The problem is people don't tend to like the word change. So actually you need to focus more on what needs to be different. So focus on what was different in the past and what we want to be different in the future. And if you focus on difference, then the people will bring the power to make the change on their own.
So you're tapping into the traditional knowledge that the coastal communities have and not replacing them with technology, but using technology to empower them to be able to change into the new era.
Yeah, absolutely. And working alongside those people. So basically, the technology gives the ability to drive several factors within the blue economy. So you looked at the protection side of things. You also look at the tourism side of things. We live in a very online, content-driven world. And being able to provide the online content means that people around the world will see how beautiful Sabah is. Yes. And also when I've got to say, when I landed in Sabah, the warmth of the people is the one thing that stands out amongst everything else. The first Sabawan I actually met was my business partner in the UAE. And I thought, well, actually, all people in Sabah that focused on the future of the nation. And actually, it's true, everybody is. So everybody's got that will to change, that will to improve, and also to obviously be the greatest on the world stage. So places where technology can come and have that support from people mean that technology can be incredibly successful in this environment.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, I have a whole bunch more questions, but I do want to actually open this up now and see if anyone out there, I can hardly see you, has questions. And let's see if we can kind of make this a little bit more interactive. I do see a hand waving. Yes, please introduce yourself first as a mic hopefully comes to you, perhaps. Can we get a mic? If not, you're just going to have to use your big room voice. Okay, we're having the same issue that we had before. Can anyone get a mic?
Mic on the way.
Please introduce yourself. And
thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
A very good day to all dignitaries, Madam Moderator, panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Captain Kenneth Koo, and I'm the Managing Director of Celeste Marine Group of Companies, as well as the Honorary Secretary of the Association of Maritime Professionals Malaysia. During the past 2 days, we have continuously heard about the natural resources available, the favorable environmental conditions, and the potential, I repeat, the potential of developing the blue economy here in Sabah. Thank you to David and Nadira for bringing up the issue with regards to human capacity, because developing is one thing, execution is another. So I hope that the powers that be here will take into consideration that the human capital aspect of effective and successful execution of the blue economy initiatives is critical. Yes, we have universities collaborating among themselves from the academia side, but we also need the actual experience and qualified technical and professionals as well. And these need time to build upon, especially if you take into account what David said with regards to technology. So we have to start upskilling and reskilling this crucial manpower from now itself. Otherwise, the investors and companies coming in from the outside will start suffering and screaming in silence about the lack of manpower and having to deal with work passes and work visas for the professionals coming in from the outside, like what is currently happening in the maritime, oil and gas, and shipping industry. So this is basically more of a statement rather than a question. However, I feel that the panelists probably will have something to say about this as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent question, excellent statement. I'll take a couple questions and then we can have some responses. I see someone's waiting.
Thank you so much, Vice Moderator and distinguished panels. So I just directly go to my questions. So my name is Iling. I'm from Institute for Development Studies, Sabah, or IDS. So my question is, in light of the existing socioeconomic challenges in Sabah, right? So including the limited technological resources we have and lack in awareness among our local people, especially our coastal communities, though they are fishermen, but it could be hardly for them to really understand the comprehensive ideas on blue economy. So my question is, what are the best practices to bring the awareness to these local communities? And furthermore, considering the state's struggle with infrastructures and educational attainment, what specific strategies that we can employ to ensure the Blue Economy Initiative are really inclusive and beneficial to the marginalized populations? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Excellent. Okay, let's go ahead and have a couple of responses, maybe from the practitioner point of view in terms of best practices, but also we'll come to the Datuk in terms of how policy can think about the human capital, importance of human capital that was mentioned. David or Nadira, would you like to start?
Yeah, I'll take I think probably both of them. I can resonate with both of them because I think the first one actually is a very reasonable comment surrounding the marine industry and how difficult it is to utilize staff across borders moving backwards and forwards. And actually, that is the key driver here, to be able to make sure that in country, their own people are actually moving into these positions and not bringing experts from outside to undertake the works that should be done by local Sabahans. And it's also very similar. I mean, I'm based in Dubai in the Middle East, so very similar kind of approach there, where we need to make sure that the national people are the ones that are focusing on growing their own abilities and technology. And I think that that's something that I can certainly resonate with and understand the position of the gentleman talking, especially in the marine industry, which is a global industry. Now, for me, when we talk about training and the technology that we can look at here, this is an opportunity as well. You need to turn it around and say, well, actually, this is a global opportunity for Sabahans to be able to go and take place on that international scale, on that international stage in the marine industry. And I think that having this competence, this capability, and growing that here in country is a fantastic opportunity for Sabahans to actually take part in the global blue economy and not just here at the basis. And we're here at the spark of something that's really important. The second question from my point of view, COVID did a lot of damage to our world, but it also had a few really good impacts. And one of those is communication technology. Let's face it, you can be anywhere in the world doing anything you like, and you can still have your Zoom call or your meetings or your calendar full. As a business manager, it's a bit of a nightmare, but as an education platform, it's incredible. So we can actually now look at using that communication technology for the same way that I would be able to control a vessel on the other side of the world with satellite communication, be able to drive education. If you walk into a school or into an area to educate people now, it has become so much easier to have a small solar-powered power generator with a small power pack that actually projects onto a wall, and then a Starlink sitting next to you. You can carry that in a briefcase, which means suddenly the accessibility to be able to support education has improved over the last 4 years immeasurably into almost a space-age level of education. So even the most humble places can be supported with the knowledge and the support.
Thank you. Nadira, what about you? You do capacity building. You're on the front lines. You're right there. You're doing it. What are your thoughts on best practices on building the human capital?
So best practices to bring awareness, to involve the local communities in blue economy. So actually, to be honest, I think the local communities themselves are already doing blue economy, just that they don't call it blue economy. So what we did is we do a lot of consultations. Before we do programs, we map out the problems, we discuss with them how we solve the problems together, and make sure that they are empowered to bring change in the community as well. So for example, the communities in Selakan Island, they themselves are actually already aware of the threats within the islands. They themselves have been chasing off outside fishermen or encroachers coming into the island to fish bomb. They chase them out, but they have been doing this on their own initiatives, using their own money to buy petrol to patrol their islands. But then we came along with the help of Sabah Parks and Kepkas. We empowered them. We gave them legal powers by training them to be honorary park rangers, gives them power to actually do something about it. They are also aware of what steps that they can take together with the local government agencies, with the NGOs, to address the threats coming from human unsustainable fishing practices within the area. And also we do a lot of capacity building. That's how we empower them so they can do it on their own instead of us from the outside going there, do the programs and finish. Yeah.
That is a great example. Literal empowerment. Datuk, what about you?
Consultation is important. Consultation is important, and inclusivity is important, and involving the communities, the planning stage, in the implementation stage, is important. But in Sabah, if you go down to Sabah, I think it's not a problem because it has always been in consultation. Let's say, for example, the designing of a park. From the beginning, the people are consulted, and I stated earlier that our concept of conservation, nature conservation, start with the livelihood of the people. We do not start with the biodiversity or perpetuation of species as the driving force. And so in designing a park, the people are already consulted. And in fact, the main goal is so that there is a recuperation of nature to enable the overflow to be harvested by the people. Let's say, for example, in designing Tun Mustafa Park, for example, there are five zones. And only one of the zones is a no-take zone. All the others are multiple use zone, commercial zone, community use zone. Only one zone is a no-take zone. And the idea is so that nature recuperate and the limpahan, the overflow, can be harvested by the people. Because if we leave to, as it is now, they are overfishing. And the fish stock, as well as the harvest, is dwindling. And so this is, I come back to the Tagal because it's a really beautiful concept. And it is mirrored by the designs of marine protected areas, MPAs, where only one portion is no-take zone, and that is equivalent to the Tagal system. To those of you from the other part of the world, the Tagal system is the hinterland way of protecting sections of the river where it is a no-take zone. And it is not legal, but administered by way of native laws. And it's really working, and it is initiated by the communities, supervised by the communities, and it benefits the communities. At the last count, there are over 600 Tagals area in the hinterlands of Sabah, protecting sections of the rivers. And I repeat again that I'm qualified to see this, to say this because I've seen a bit of the world, and I sit in the World Heritage Panel that looks after many World Heritage natural in the world. And this Tagal system is really special and should be emulated elsewhere in other parts of the world. And so even the idea of including the communities originated elsewhere, where the affected communities, the indigenous communities, are different from the governing bodies or the policy makers or the decision makers. Whereas in Sabah is different because the indigenous communities, the affected communities, are one and almost the decision makers are also indigenous people, the local communities. So of course, we start with the welfare, the well-being of the people as the starting point.
That is a beautiful example. Okay, I think we have time for one more question. If I see a hand over there, yes. If we can get a mic. Can we get a mic to the woman in the white jacket? Last question, and then we're going to wrap up. All the way over there. Yep, thanks. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Wow, this is loud. Hi, I'm Luisa, and I am the COO of Gaia One. And my question is for Mr. Washbrook. You referenced the historical and traditional knowledge that has been used to protect and restore marine ecosystems as an inspiration of your technologies. Can you expand on the specific technological approaches you and your company focus on and address how these technologies are better than the traditional grassroots methods grounded in community empowerment and tackling instead the root causes of coral degradation, climate change, and pollution? Thank you.
Okay, great, really great question. Yeah, so I think when I started off, I talked about actually when we started the business, we focused on the coral problem as a whole, right? And the coral problem is essentially an effect of so many different elements of stresses towards the reef. So I think that we generated the mindset there. It was actually, we need to be able to support people who are currently doing this piece of work, but is it scalable to be able to make a difference on the global scale that we need to increase biodiversity and also support the degeneration of the world's reefs? So when you look at, I think you said it the best, these people live in the blue economy, they just don't call it that, which means actually that mindset of continuing sustainability, the growth of farming in seaweed and all this kind of stuff. These are elements that we've embedded into the mindset. If we can support local farmers in being able to farm, just maybe even bringing back in, that makes a big difference towards whether you can actually successfully restore an area. And actually all this data points that we can gather through subsea robotics or through data sensors in the water column, actually combined with their knowledge of local, local area environmental parameters, actually is incredibly useful for people to understand and to really be able to plan restoration activities as a whole. One of the other elements that we're looking into, and this would actually be something that is pretty new, is taking bomb-damaged areas underneath the sea. So when a bomb goes off, just a little bit of background, underneath the water, it shatters the structure of a coral. And it shatters it to pieces, which actually then future coral can't resettle onto because it's too mobile on the seabed. So essentially it decimates a small area, a localized area surrounding where the bomb went off. So what we're actually looking at now is being able to take out that bomb-damaged material. Because even though it may not be useful for coral to plant back on naturally, it is an incredibly useful source of calcium carbonate which corals need to be able to grow and thrive in that environment. So if we can actually actively remove the bomb-damaged material and bring that back on shore and reconstitute it into a substrate, then that gives us the opportunity then to work with local people to have an occupation, so creating a local substrate, and then also being able to go and put it back out into places where coral thrive. So a combination of knowledge, science, and technology that would lead to a benefit for the local community. I don't know if that answers the whole question, but I hope it was close.
All right. Thank you so much. I think that our time is drawing to a close. I do want to offer a last word from anyone. If anyone wants to add. No? Dato, would you like to make one last comment?
I can have a last word. I think we all said, look, people will forever be the driving factor behind everything. The support of the people is absolutely vital to make sure the blue economy is a success. And we've heard a lot today about the top-down approaches to making sure that there's legal frameworks, regulatory frameworks to be able to support countries to make the right choices. But a bottom-up approach will be a key to that success. We can put as many frameworks in place as we need, but if the people aren't there and aren't connected and aren't listened to, aren't communicated with, then ultimately we're doomed to fail. Those people live that blue economy. They're there to enhance the future and enhance their livelihoods. And I think that's critical to everything we've discussed these last 2 days.
The idea to make blue economy for Sabah is a masterstroke. And the organizing of this conference is very timely and is also a masterstroke. It's the way forward. Having said that, we should also remember that, of course, all the speakers and the proponents of this idea would have painted a rosy and overly optimistic picture. Down to earth, we must also remember that if it is that easy, we would have solved the problem of the world long time ago. It's not that easy. But then a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. And that is why I say this is a masterstroke of making blue economy the way forward for Sabah and organizing this convention. So the time is now to start the first step. Thank you.
Absolutely. The time is now. So, yes, indeed. So we've heard about technology. We've also heard about how coastal communities are active agents. They're living the blue economy, even though they don't call it the blue economy, and they're active agents in the transformation of the future. And we've also talked about how the Eastern perspective or definition of blue economy and of conservation is different and is rooted and based in people, and brings with it a whole different set of priorities, right? So I think that what I have learned from this panel is that while Sabah obviously has such a wealth of marine resources and riches, and we've been talking about them for 2 days now, about all the amazing investments and projects and things that can be done, Sabah also has a wealth of cultural and traditional knowledge and perspective on the blue economy that is very, very different and very unique and brings so much wisdom and so many tools and abilities for sustainability in its own, naturally rather. So it doesn't have to be contrived, it doesn't have to be imported, it doesn't have to be brought in from somewhere else, it's already there. And I think that's an incredible wisdom, that's an incredible resource for Sabah and for the blue economy. So please join me again in thanking our amazing panel of experts, and I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robin Bush. Please remain on stage. And now I'd like to invite the Honorable Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar bin Untung, the Sabah State Secretary, to be on stage to present tokens of appreciation to our panelists and moderator. We begin with Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Jamili Nais, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Local Government and Housing, Sabah. Mr. David Washbrook, the Chief Executive Officer of Red Sea Reef Builders, United Arab Emirates. Ms. Nadira Rifai, Program Manager, Reef Check Malaysia. And to our steadfast moderator, Dr. Robin Bush, Country Representative, the Asia Foundation, Malaysia. I'd like to invite our panelists to please step forward for a group photography session. Let's give it up for our panelists and also moderator. Thank you so much. And I'd like to invite Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar bin Untung to lead us with the closing remarks. Once again, we'd like to invite Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar bin Untung to deliver the closing conclusion of our conference today, Sibec 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a warm round of applause.
Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Jeffrey Kitingan, Deputy Chief Minister and Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, distinguished guests, honorable speakers, and esteemed delegates, salam Sabah Maju Jaya, and a very good afternoon to all of you. As we wrap up this conference on blue economy, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to each of you for your participation and contribution. Sabah International Blue Economy Conference, Sibec 2024, has marked a new milestone for Sabah, focusing on potential of our marine and riverine resources. Since yesterday, we have engaged in meaningful discussion about the vital intersection of our ocean, economic growth, and environmental sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, from the plenary in keynote address, highlighted the needs of equitable development that safeguard the environment, emphasized the significance of transparent governance and utilizing digital platform for decision making. Sustainable management of marine and riverine resources. Madam Menon of UNDP shared with us on structural transformation for sustainable development and discuss on how blue economy supports the world in achieving sustainable development goal. Professor Dr. Gunther Pauli mentioned that sustainable development and innovation are the key factor on successful economic model. Blue economy is an innovative business model, and the sea provide resources needed to end poverty. In Sabah, majority of the poverty is from the coastal community, which is a traditional fisherman. And he also mentioned that the importance of data mining, and then he mentioned it is not data mining, data farming. And data farming consists of 3D visual, a 3D model of the ocean with the hyper-speed communication. And he also mentioned on the eDNA, a data bank of ocean biodiversity. We, in Sabah especially, we don't have this data bank of ocean biodiversity. And he also mentioned sharing with us on swarm intelligence. He's sharing with us that blue economy is not only about technologies. Blue economy is the business model, not only on technologies. So in the forum, the first forum, this forum discussed how the blue economy can drive sustainable growth and environmental stewardship through technological innovation and regional emphasizing inclusive policies and partnership. The second forum, the key outcome from the second forum focus on aligning financial mechanism with environmental sustainability, sharing the best practices, and developing strategy to attract investment and enhance transparency. The third forum discussed on the need for economic diversification and integrating sustainable practices across sectors like fisheries, forestry, and agriculture. The fourth forum, this forum examined renewable energy on the focusing on the OTEC, ocean thermal energy conversion, and the integration of digital technologies to enhance efficiency and reduce carbon emission. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Sabah, we conserve more than 50% of the state with forest reserve. So the result from the auditing, we are actually now net zero because not much industry and not much carbon emission in the state. The forum on social inclusion and community, this session emphasized the importance of social inclusion and community engagement in governance, advocating for digital platform to ensure local voices are heard and decision making. Of the world ocean have been mapped. So it's only 1/4 of the ocean, 23.4% of the world ocean have been mapped. So meaning that there are a lot of certainty because we don't have the data for this seabed mapping. This will require a lot of scientific work backed by global support and investment. But it is not just about science. It's about local and indigenous communities have valuable knowledge of the sea. Their insights are crucial for the shared management of ocean projects. The goals of Sibec 2030 is to map the entire ocean floor using advanced technology to fill in the gaps. Collaboration and support the science environment, support science and the environment by aiding marine biodiversity, climate research, tsunami modeling, and resource management. And after this data completed Sibec 2030, they will make this data accessible to everyone, driving innovation in sustainable ocean management. So in Sabah, we have the existing legal framework. We have this the legislation, the rules and regulation. We have the Thermal Energy Conversion Enactment 2024, Fisheries Act, Sabah Biodiversity Enactment 2000, Forest Enactment, Sabah Land Ordinance, and Petroleum Development Act. Ladies and gentlemen, we barely have the data that related to the ocean integrated. This is an example of a layer of potential OTEC in Sabah water. And this layer showing the oil and gas exploration blocks. And what is the way forward for Sabah? We need, in Sabah, we need to get all those information. I call it Sabah Blue Economy data integration. This layer of information, we must superimpose and compile whether it's primary data or secondary data. Then only by doing this that we have the information in order to make the correct decision in the state of Sabah. As an example, we have the existing Malchat. We have the layer of marine parks that under conservation. And we have the conservation zone, maritime navigation data, oil and gas blocks, OTEC potential area, the coral maps, in the fishery zoning map, we need to establish a zoning map for the fisheries, which at the moment, I don't know whether we have that zoning map, the area for the traditional fishermen, the area for the deep sea fishing. Submarine cable, we don't know where is the location of that submarine, the alignment of that submarine cable. Oil and gas pipeline. So the fishermen, they didn't know, they don't have access on the data, where is the oil and gas pipeline. And the seabed should become, the seabed map from 2030 should become the best map for all this information. The data on ocean habitat, we don't have those information. And we need to integrate into this system in order for us to decide, to make a correct decision. Datuk-datuk, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, with that I thank you.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much to the Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar bin Untung, the Sabah State Secretary. Let's give him another warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to continue our closing ceremony, it is my pleasure to invite the Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima, Dr. Jeffrey G. Kitingan, the Deputy Chief Minister and State Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food Industry of Sabah, to deliver his closing address and also to declare Sibec 2024 closed. The Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima, Dr. Jeffrey, please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all our distinguished guests, our participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you've had a very good session in the last 2 days, exchanging ideas, asking questions, and getting answers or getting more questions. I consider this conference as a learning process to learn about the blue economy. As has been indicated just now, we don't really have sufficient information to talk about it in more specific terms. In any case, I hope you had enjoyed the conference so far, and now it is time to close. As we conclude the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024, it is both a privilege and an honor for me to speak to you this evening. This conference marks Sabah's first step in elevating the blue economy to the next level, reflecting our commitment for sustainable growth and development. At the heart of the vision of blue economy, a concept we must embrace wholeheartedly. The United Nations defined the blue economy as one in which the sustainable use of ocean and coastal resources generate equitably and inclusively distributed benefits for people, protects and restores healthy ocean ecosystem, builds resilience, and contributes to the delivery of global ambitions for sustainable future. This vision is not limited to marine resources. It also encompasses the role of agriculture in supporting and enhancing our coastal and marine ecosystem. The Sabah Maju Jaya Roadmap, or SMJ, emphasizes the interconnectedness of our resources. The Sabah government refines our approach to prospect, explore, develop, and harvest the living and non-living resources regeneratively. This approach extends to agriculture, which is crucial to our food security and economic resilience. Sustainable agriculture practices, of course, are vital for maintaining healthy watersheds and coastal runoff and to prevent pollution. And at the same time, enhance our health, the health of the marine ecosystem. The state government is actively promoting the modernization of agriculture by using latest technology to improve productivity and ensure food quality and food security. This initiative aligns with the Blue Economy's goals by supporting sustainable practices that benefits both our communities and the environment. Sabah is uniquely positioned to benefit from marine resources such as seaweed and marine sponges, which has the potential to contribute not only to economic growth, but also to the field of health and pharmaceuticals. Seaweed farming is already a thriving industry in Sabah, with its uses ranging from food products to biofuels, which, while marine sponges hold significant promise to pharmaceutical research for developing new drugs and medical treatments. These industries can provide sustainable income to our coastal communities, improve livelihoods, and create new economic opportunities, all the while preserving the health of our marine ecosystem. Of course, we must also be careful about plastic pollution and fish bombing, which can also destroy our ecosystem. Perhaps we need to learn from the Tagal system that was mentioned earlier, which has long been practiced by our indigenous communities, which exemplifies Sabah's deep-rooted commitment to protecting natural resources while at the same time fostering sustainable livelihoods. This traditional community-based approach to river management not only protects our rivers from overfishing and environmental degradation, but also increases income for local communities. By balancing tradition with modern environmental practices, the Tagal system highlights how the indigenous knowledge can contribute to environmental protection and economic growth, which I think can also apply not just to the rivers, but also to the sea. Yesterday we heard about OTEC, and I'm sure you had a very interesting discussion on ocean thermal energy this morning. We are excited about this possibility offered by OTEC, which not only diversifies our energy sources, but also complements our agricultural and mariculture efforts by providing sustainable energy solutions for farming practices. The discussion with initiative from this conference have opened doors to important conversations about sustainable fisheries, renewable ocean energy, marine tourism, innovation in mariculture, and so on. The topics, of course, are crucial to our efforts to utilizing the ocean and the river's resources so that we can achieve balanced and sustainable economic growth. I am sure there remain more unknown potentials out there yet for us to discover. For example, potential in food production, sports and tourism, shipping and logistics, deep sea fishing, and so on. What about the carbon potentials, blue carbon potential from corals? Cultivating corals can be profitable, and it is now a growing industry in Sabah. At the same time, you might ask, what about the mangrove swamp potentials? Not just for food production, to rear crabs, fish, prawns, and so on, but to absorb carbon and pollution. I'd like to ask, what is the potential economic value of blue economy to mankind? Because the blue economy is global. We should not only be harvesting, but developing and enhancing the potential offered by the blue economy. Perhaps more studies and more research should be done, in particular to collect data so that we can make decisions and appropriate strategies to develop and enhance the blue economy potential. In any case, with strategic collaboration between various sectors and shareholders, including agriculture, I am confident that we will achieve sustainable growth, create job opportunities, and ensure the preservation of our marine resources for future generations. Our commitment to preserve, develop, and enhance the marine ecosystems while driving economic growth will continue to remain a key focus of the Sabah government. I wish to encourage all stakeholders to continue working together to ensure that our agricultural practices not only sustain our communities, but also protect our invaluable marine resources for years to come. With this, once again, I express my thanks and gratitude to all that participated in the discussion, presented papers, made proposals, new ideas, asked questions. I thank you all, and I also would like to congratulate the organizers. I hope that this conference has benefited you all. And I look forward to continuing this journey with you in the future. I hope to see your faces with new, renewed energy and information, data, and planning, and perhaps you can share some of your accomplishments in Sibec 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Dr. Jeffrey G. Kitingan. Please remain on stage. And now I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Rosmadi to accompany the Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Safar bin Untung to be on stage for the next agenda, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now witness the presentation of a token of appreciation. First, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Rosmadi Datuk Sulai will present a token of appreciation to Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar bin Untung, the Sabah State Secretary. And next, we would like to invite Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Safar Untung to present a token of appreciation to our guest of honour, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Dr. Jeffrey G. Kitingan. But first, please remain on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Datuk Seri, we have a little surprise for you. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, in 2 days' time, the Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima Dr. Jeffrey G. Kitingan will be celebrating his birthday. So, I think it's only appropriate, in celebration with the people of Sabah, our international dignitaries, to sing the birthday song, the happy song, to the Honourable Datuk Seri Panglima. Shall we do it together? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Datuk Seri Dr. Jeffrey. Happy birthday to you. Datuk Seri, to many more. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. You may now return to the comfort of your seat. Let's give it up one more time, ladies and gentlemen, to our guest of honor and also to wish him an advance happy birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, there are only 2 more things left to do. On screen are the acknowledgement. We would like to personally thank the Secretariat Sabah Majujaya for organizing this wonderful, wonderful conference. 2 years ago, we did Sibec 2022. 2 years later, here we are with Sibec 2024. And as mentioned by Dr. Sri Jeffrey, there will be another conference in 2025. So thank you so much to the Secretariat, and also thank you to the various individuals behind the scene. And there is only one thing left to do, ladies and gentlemen. I will now proceed to the platform to do one last gimmick. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we declare the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference 2024 closed. Thank you so much for your participation. We'll see you back here in 2025. My name is Ben Uzair. It's a privilege to be your master of ceremonies over the past 2 days. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is now served at Sipadan 1. Thank you so much. Have a great week ahead, and goodbye.